All these late night phone calls, I'll hear you out, but I don't think that'll sort it out. Guess there's so much left to say. Between you and me, I still think about you every day. And now I'm losing track of time. when you're around, you still make it alright. Like a satellite drifting. Can you hear me now? I'm out here miles away from home. Sometimes I wish you're still here. Just wanted to say I'm sorry that I just couldn't stay. Now I'm losing track of time. Just trying to work out what's mine. But we were on fire, darling, when we were young. Drinking what we like, staying up all through the night. But we were on fire, darling, when we were young. 'Cause when you're around, you still make it alright. 'Cause lately I've been feeling so down, like a stranger lost in my hometown. But I've always known we'll be okay. And it's crazy, I know, but I still hold on. Play the script I wrote in my own show. And I promise now we'll get away. Yeah. So come on. All these late night phone calls, I'll hear you out, but I don't think that'll sort it out.
Far away, just feel like I've been stuck here my whole life. There must be something else out there, waiting, you know, just for us. We could run away, just leave, never look back. I don't even care where we go, just far away from here. I'll come with you.
Faked our deaths, lit a match, closed the door, waited for the flash. Greyhound station, paid in cash. It's Lazarus, we coming back. They say it's darkest before the dawn. We've been in this town for far too long. They say it's darkest before the dawn. We're moving on, we're moving on, we're moving on. Sunset, no regrets. First chance, last man, stuck in the middle. Even bad girls, no good love. You taste so sweet, it hurts a little. Make our home where we stand. One suitcase and half a plan. Follow the wolves and sing along. Pass the voices to the song. They say it's darkest before the dawn. We've been in this town for far too long. They say it's darkest before the dawn. We're moving on, we're moving on, we're moving on. Sunset, no regrets. First chance, last dance, stuck in the middle. Even bad girls, no good love. I ain't talking forever, just need some time. 'Cause I'm fresh out of college to speak my mind. I can see a highway road across our venture brain. Has the last straw broken? Do you still feel the same? You wanna forget something bigger than the fall. Strange love, and we tear every page, leave nothing left to ask. Strange love, not in your nature to be vacant, and it don't matter who's right. Just thought you should know that you can call it what you know. You can call it what you strange love, strange love. I never killed the feeling like the one we had. When I said I would be there, my work just held me back. So we go through the motion and swear on our life. No one else can miss on me. No one else has your life.
Sabbath, everyone. I hope y'all are enjoying some examples of white excellence. I apologize for the delay tonight. I had a few technical difficulties. We got through. Now we're ready to rock. I'll be with y'all in a minute.
Sun in my eyes and the gold coast shining, and the girl with the braids in her hair. Steady breeze, and though I was falling, I would follow her anywhere. The sky turned gray and the flash flood warning. She smiled and she took my hand. She kissed my lips and the rain came pouring. Swore I heard a marching band. Hanging out of the third-story window, oh, you were a sight to see. The black dress that bends when the wind blows, roll back the tide for me. sunset skies, the paint is peeling, the wind blowing sand in her hair. Endless days in the deep blue, feeling I would follow her anywhere. Poured something on me, yes. Clad my loveliness. Thoughts racing of me in a bed of cries. It's just the confidence of Tory to come and leave me blowing, to turn and leave me knowing I wanna take it to the right. We're gonna make it a deal tonight. Give me a date to sign. I wanna make your night. I like to take my time. The conversations out and the lights are down. We'd accelerate pace on the gas now. I'm staring in your eyes in the morning. You, miles per hour, and now we're driving into a loaded shoe. Love, take the power and drive the feeling through. I'm not scared to be saying it. I wanna know if we're saving it. I wanna know when the day begins. If you're mine or not, can you play again in the night? Oh, we lie down. Can we savor this emotion and tie it down? Can we make it a deal tonight? Make it a date to sign. I wanna say it right. That just stay in my mind. Better find your cool to roll with. That it's only you, you know it. And most certainly, baby, that I'm down to ride the night in the morning. You, miles per hour, and now we're driving into a loaded ship. Love, take the power and drive the feeling.
Days of thunder, coming in slow. Scream from the engines, like never before. Baby, don't worry, never again. I'm coming in second, right at the end. There's a feeling she gave to me, desire and motion. A feeling that she's safe for me, and I wanna know it. I was following behind, and following form, and then I looked from your eyes. Did it? Pedal to the metal, final mile. It's time.
these late night phone calls. I'll hear you out, but I don't think that'll sort it out. Guess there's so much left to say. Between you and me, I still think about you every day. And now I'm losing track of time. Can't hold you back. Trying to work out what's mine. But we were on fire, darling, when we were young. Drinking what we like, staying up all through the night. But we were on fire, darling, when we were young. 'Cause when you're around, you still make it alright. Like a satellite drifting. Can you hear me now? I'm out here miles away from home. Sometimes I wish you're still here. Just wanted to say I'm sorry that I just couldn't stay. Now I'm losing track of time. Just trying to work out what's mine. But we were on fire, darling, when we were young. Drinking what we like, staying up all through the night. But we were on fire, darling, when we were young. 'Cause when you're around, you still make it alright. 'Cause lately I've been feeling so down, like a stranger lost in my hometown. But I've always known we'll be okay. And it's crazy, I know, but I still hold on. Play the script I wrote in my own show. And I promise now we'll get away. Yeah. So come on. All these late night phone calls. I'll hear you out, but I don't think that'll sort it out.
Good evening, everyone. Happy Sabbath to all of my kindred people. I hope all of you are well and having a wonderful beginning of your Sabbath evening. God bless you all. Anyhow, I apologize for starting late, and some of the audio may be mismatched a little bit. I don't have a live monitor. I'm just kind of sending everything blind and going by the meters only. So I hope all of you are well. Let me stand by. I'm going to get back over to the chat. All right. All right. Slow Boy Whiteboard. Hello. God bless. I hope y'all can hear me all right. Pause for Pot is here. Hello, everyone. Or he said hello, and hello to you. I should have said. And God bless you, and I hope you are well on this glorious Sabbath evening. And happy Sabbath to you, and happy Sabbath to Slow Boy Whiteboard. Yum Joy Style is here also already. God bless you. Thanks for stopping by. He said, liked and commenting. 24-hour ban on videos, but okay on live streams. Hey, God bless you. I actually live that way. I stay on 24-hour bans pretty much all the time. I'll be free for about 2 or 3 hours. I'll say something too naughty, according to the diddlers, and then I'll be right back on 24-hour ban, for the whole day. Let's see here. They're chatting a little bit. Emmanuel is here. God bless you. Happy Sabbath. He said, what's up, guys? I hope you're well tonight. And I was just going to do a little ranting now and then pop back in the chat and see who all has visited. I'm just trying to get to know I've had these toys for a long time, and I've just been procrastinating setting them up and using them. And so I decided tonight I was just going to say heck with it and do a live stream, try it all out. And let's see here. PCE in Love has stopped by and said, happy Sabbath. God bless you, and happy Sabbath to you as well. And he or she asked, why does this music make me feel emotional? Well, it just happened to be in this list, and I know it's the same list as last week. I apologize for that. I didn't get to build a new playlist this week before we started, and so that is why I had to run the same stuff, just a short list that I had slammed together for the last stream. I say last week, whatever the last stream was. Ultimate Soldier said, God bless our white brothers and sisters and save us from prosecution in our homelands. God bless you for that, and thank you, and welcome. Happy Sabbath to you. I didn't realize earlier I had for a monitor, I had the playback going on another device, and it's an entire 30 seconds of delay from everything I say or play to come back to me. So that's why when I spoke earlier in the middle of a song in like a weird spot, it sounded fine where I spoke to me, but I didn't know it was a whole 30 seconds off. I hadn't checked it yet. I thought it was maybe a second or 2 or 3, but it's an entire 30, which is wild. All right, so now that I have gotten through the chat real quick, let me make sure it's all opened up too. Let's see here. Yes, all right. Now that it has been opened up all the way, I don't have anything on it as usual. There's no filter or moderation or any of that mess. Oh, yeah. Before I walk away, let me check levels and all. Hey. Okay, I'm really low, so I'll gas me up. Let's see here. All right, that should be better. Ooh, that should be better. Sorry about that if I was really low earlier. I was focused on other things. Now I see that I was too low. Gonna correct that now. All right, that should be better for sure. I'm going to even gas it up more here on the software a little bit, just to put me all the way up there. There we go. I'm even a little too much now, so that should be good. Okay. Well, first things first, I'm going to hop on my other device here and go back through my notes. I don't really have real notes because I didn't get to build any. I ran out of time today, but I did have some stuff just in my history of searches and around and things like that. And sorry about your wait here, just a second. Okay. Well, first things first, happy Sabbath to you all. I hope that most of you have already done your Sabbath prayers who tune in for this, but if you haven't, not giving you any grief or shame about it, just friendly reminding that, if you don't do it early on, first thing, is it really the most important thing for you or not? I'm just throwing that out there. It's not really how I feel about anybody. And then the other thing is, it's just something to think about. And then the other thing is, it's following in the example of all the godly men of our Bible, all of our ancestors before us that were written about in our Holy Bible. They did their Sabbath prayers first thing. And so while the music was running, I went and did mine. And if you haven't yet, I'm just encouraging you to not forget to do so. If you do like to wait until you wake up in the morning on Sabbath daytime and do it then, God bless you, as long as you just always catch it. But, it's very easy for us to become a little lackadaisical in our Sabbath prayer. It's like we get to a point where we're like, yeah, I remember it's Sabbath. I honor it. I care about it all day. But the prayer is a big part of it. The prayer is to indicate to God that you are fully aware and grateful that it has arrived, So it's just something that would be good for us to always practice like our ancestors before us. And so that's why I encourage it. It's not my opinion. It's just, it's a pattern that our elders did before us, that they left the example for us to follow. Next thing we should say, or I should say, rest in peace to Austin Metcalf and anyone else this week who has been killed by anyone who doesn't belong in our country that is not our own kind, but also to any of our people at all who were slain this week in some way, shape, or form. Particularly Austin Metcalf, though. Obviously, a huge story among the YouTubers, among us on the right, among us who are already concerned for white people, and then even the Sheckler, of course, the Sheckler channels are going to jump on it because that's free money for them. But even the Sheckler channels say the words white people now. Like, it has finally become mainstream to say the words white people. We used to cram that down every conservative's throat when they would say the West, or they would say pet taxpayers, or American citizens. They had all these conservative words to hide, like cowards, from saying the words white people. And non-whites understood this fully and still do. And that's why whenever they do say white people, some non-white standing around when they say it will pop up and open their eyes real big at the white person like, oh my gosh, did you just say white people? A white person saying white people in the context of defense is like saying the N-word. You know what I mean? It really gets almost the same reaction, or so, I should say, so white people feel it does. You know what I mean? As far as how they behave about that, or that's not the right word to say, but they just won't say white people. They wouldn't for all these years, and we've been bugging them and bugging them and bugging them, and finally they are starting to say the words white people in defense of white people. So even though they're Shecklers, they have a lot of viewers. They reach a lot more people than our truly based parts do. And so we have to basically utilize them as a stepping stone for everyone. And then, of course, go in the comment section and, hash things out with them in the comment section. Whichever way you got to do it per person. Some cocky dude, you hit him with something cocky back. I'm guilty of it. So be it. Because sometimes the cocky ones, it takes a cocky thing back to them for them to actually pay attention to it or feel like they got owned. So, sometimes it may be not that pleasant of a comment as how you approach it. I've been for years now trying to condition myself, train myself to be softer with our people. But when you read certain comments from certain people, the ones shaming the Germans or using the white people N-word, to call their opponents. All of those things are aggravating for all of us to hear on a regular basis, and we read it in the comments over and over and over and over again, and it becomes, and finally, as we beat down, it's like whack-a-mole. Every comment that pops up, one of us hits them, and I see you folks hit others. I haven't seen everybody, obviously. I don't know who all subscribe to the channel. I honestly haven't ever really looked down through the list of subscribers to see who all is subscribed. I just know by who I see comment and who I see in the chat. And those are basically the only ones I know of because that's the ones I see, But it's like whack-a-mole for us and some others that I don't have as a part of my channel who are based white folks. I have seen comments. I have some going tonight in the slideshow from other based white folks who are probably not linked to my channel or don't either know about my channel, or which is probably the case, or even if they do, they're not subbed. And if they are, I wouldn't know because they've just never commented. So I have replied to those folks, and you will see throughout the course of the evening through and this is probably 1/15 of the screenshots of comments I have from people. So, and these are from everywhere. I mean, just everywhere I've randomly found them, So I wanted to do a different slideshow tonight, but I'll save it for another night. That'll be a more fun one. This one is info, just quotes from everybody. Bad guys, good guys, in between guys who are just basic observing, and lots of YouTube commenters. So I hope you all enjoy screenshotting some of these. That's basically what I'm running this for people to, get screenshots of info they'd like to have. Good, leads of research. And just things that I agree with now and then. Sometimes it's an agreeable comment. Sometimes you'll see it's a comment or a quote from an enemy blatantly against us, But it's good to know their quotes too. So, and that's what we use. We use those when we're interacting with our own kind that we're trying to win over. Those enemy comments, those enemies' quotes come in really handy. So I hope you all utilize those as well. But let me check on everything. Let me swing back over and see how everything's going. Basically, I like to be able to roam around, and I didn't want to not ever be able to give you proper audio quality and proper or some kind of visuals. So I have had the gear for a while. I finally made myself get it all together, but I didn't get started today till late. And so first time getting everything hooked up and getting everything going, it just it took me longer than I anticipated. And somehow it didn't occur to me that I didn't have a live monitor to do for live playback from real time where I'm at before broadcast. So I will get that sorted before next time and have that all ready. And so everything should get better and better quality-wise. And I haven't been back to the stream. I've been chilling, roaming around. But now basically what I've done is I've got everything going where I can still roam around, but I'm not stuck using my phone anymore, So, all right. Go. Boom. Okay, I don't know why that did that. There we go. All right. Yum Joy said he can hear me now. Okay, sorry I was so low. I could see it on the meter, and so I went ahead and gassed her on up a little bit. Sorry, I'm out of breath. I've been running around like crazy. I had to get all this stuff hooked up, and then I had to walk away from it and go do other stuff, and I'm just now catching my breath. I did come back actually in time as I started the music. I ran and did a few things real quick. Didn't take me long, but it was like took some effort. And then I went and did my Sabbath prayer, and then music was up about that time. So I'm just still trying to catch my breath back. And let's see. Boom. Everything's good. At least everybody can hear me. Or according to Yum Joy said it. Let me get back over here real quick. Yeah, it was Yum Joy said. You can hear me now, so should be good. Annan is here. Hello. God bless and happy Sabbath to you. And if you are already gone, he said he couldn't stay, but he wishes us well, or me well. God bless you. Appreciate that. Thank you for the kind visit. Okay. So, Austin Metcalf, bless his heart, and his brother, his poor brother. But, now all of the right, the fake right, is even noticed because of this dad pandering to the blacks and freaking forgiving, as he called it. Well, in his mind, I'm sure that's what it is, that he's forgiven this freaking murderer kid. His whole family is laughing the whole way to Red Lobster tonight to eat on our dime, on Snap or whatever, EBT or whatever. They literally, after that thing was over, of him crying and cucking about them and all that, and it's not about race and all this crap, they laughed all the way to Red Lobster and had king crab and freaking lobster all night and laughing it up about it, about that dude's cuckery. It is not Christian to just forgive someone who, A, doesn't belong in your country, and B, happily murdered one of your children because he's of a type that the other kind is envious of. It doesn't even matter what the reason. It's just the concept that you don't forgive some random idiot that murders your child. You know what I mean? That's not and I realize that for some folks hearing that for the first time from someone who declares to be a Christian, that just sounds jarring to hear. Like, oh my gosh, how could this dude say that he's a Christian, yet he's saying you don't have to you shouldn't forgive this poor kid? But that's not the case. All right, they start hating white people from a very young age, and then it's taught to them and fed into them and taught and fed into them. Then they get to school, and it's taught to them even more. And so, but even if you excluded all of the teaching that they're taught, right? If you just took all of it away, the doll experiment back in the 60s or whenever it was, proved also that it's just natural for them to envy us. All right? Look at them, look at us. They compare themselves to us at all times. Every day they wake up in white world and they look at all the fantastic, they live in the future because they live around white people. If it wasn't for us, we all understand how the nons would be living. You know what I mean? Had we not had the Jays not taken our technology and cucked it away on our behalf to, Asians and all the other third world, but I say Asians specifically because they're the only ones who can emulate us. They're the only ones that can build magnificent vehicles and have amazing metallurgy and all manner of skills and written languages aplenty that have existed for thousands of years. So that's why I mentioned them. But it's really all the others. If you just exclude the Asians, but look at all the others. Had we not ever shared anything with them, they would still be cargo cults. They would literally still, they would see an airplane of ours flying high in the sky above them, and they would just think it's a living bird, some kind of massive living creature, you know. And if they ever did see one of our planes land and see people get out of it and all the stuff, they still wouldn't comprehend. They wouldn't. I don't know if you've ever seen the cargo cult video I have on my channel, but it's, the title is America in 2021 America 2021 in a nutshell. So that's basically the thing. If we hadn't shared our technology and hadn't and then guarded it vigorously, right? Like we were supposed to, every technology, every one up that we created above the others should have stayed only among our own. All right, there is no right that any other type has to have access to our cool inventions, you know, that give us more and more and more advantage over all the others if it only stayed among us. And so that's exactly how God intended things to be. We were supposed to have all of our technologies for only us. We were supposed to be kind and gentle to the other kinds, but not live among them, not allow them to live among us, not allow them to tell us what to do and boss us around and become our members of our government and judges and police where we live. None of that garbage. They're supposed to stay. God separated us by entire continents. They're supposed to stay, where they belong. And we're supposed to stay where we belong. Now, granted, God gave us dominion over the whole earth and everything that's in it. And that's what it says in our Holy Bible. But what he means by that is, yes, we do have the right. Like if they're totally ruining an entire massive area of the world and it's going to cause everyone else around them problems, and all the other types have no way to police the situation or defend themselves from this terrible situation, then it is our right as the Whitey to go there and sort the problem. But the way that the Jays have commandeered us since 1913 and have caused us to do all these different wars and things, none of those were in white people's interests. Absolutely 0.0 of them. Not a single one. Not World War I or II. Not Korea. Not Vietnam. Not the Gulf War. Not any of them. There's literally no war that has ever benefited white people since 1913, when the Jays first set up central banking in America, which is the thing that even cucked Abe Lincoln and the cucked Republicans back then also warned people about. You know, so, and it's funny, you know, the Republicans, I remember back in 2016, to maybe 2018, they had that guy, Dinesh D'Souza, also an Indian, and he became this hero for the right, you know, just like Vivek did for a hot minute and just like all these others. Well, he stuck with defending the flip, right? Like Democrats always say that their defense that the Democrat Party, as it was called, or as they call it now, back then didn't want to end slavery, right? And so Republicans tried to use that against the Democrats as, oh, your party's the one that didn't want to end slavery. Well, that's actually true. And that Dinesh D'Souza guy actually used to stand with that. He was like, yeah, it actually did flip. It flipped. You know, a lot of Republicans don't like to admit it, but it actually did. It flipped so-and-so back in whenever. And the thing is, that's true. So now, but it didn't flip about the slaves, all right? So that was the thing, is either he was defending against it or for it. I forget which one, but he was like going against the grain. And all the Republicans were like, he was like a hero for them all of a sudden. But that one thing they didn't want to touch or you know, discuss with people like me, because I would use it against them and they didn't like it. So the bottom line is the Democrat Party, as it is called now, didn't want to free the slaves, right? Now, the Republican Party was formed partly because of people who wanted to abolish slavery. Now, the thing is, I'm not against the fact that slavery was abolished, but what I'm against is freeing the non-whites into our country as not slaves anymore after they technically were under the Jays. And remember, this was white people banning Jays from owning slaves anymore, right? White people didn't own slaves. White people barely could afford to feed their own kids and keep their own animals and everything up and afloat. And they dang sure ain't going to buy 2 or 3 Tyrones. They couldn't afford them anyway. And they damn sure wouldn't want any living among them around their home or anything. And so only Jays, and mostly only up north. That's why the South is shamed big time for it all the time. They're always shamed as being where slavery was, but it was legal down there. But no one gave a crap. All the slaves were actually up north in the north. The bulk of the slaves during the Atlantic slave trade, who were blacks, were slaves in the north to Yankees. And so, just like usual, where every single thing you're told is exactly 180-degree opposite of reality, that is the same scenario then, was that mostly slaves were in the north, even though they were illegal up there. And the Jays, to this day, use the mantra that, yes, but they were all in the South because it was legal. It's like, no, just because it was legal in the South doesn't mean that's where the majority of them were. The South was poor, and white people were pioneering down there, all their own, living on however many acres of farms, any little thing they need to do. If they got to go to town, it's a 3-day trip. I've already mentioned that before. You're not going to have, however many Africans living at your house. You just wouldn't do it. I mean, first of all, you wouldn't be able to maintain, safety. Your daughters wouldn't be safe. Even your little sons wouldn't be safe, as Austin Metcalf's family has proven, and Austin Metcalf has his being killed has proven. So you would, if white people would have been owning blacks like hotcakes back then, we would have had white people being slaughtered like hotcakes all over the place all the time. A house over here, daughter died, killed last night. House over here, the main dude, the dad, the cracker, as they like to call us, meaning that we cracked a whip on him, which isn't true because we didn't even own them. They killed him, right? How are you going to be whipping blacks and chaining them, as they say, oh, he had chains on us and all this, right? How are you going to do that as, like, let's say you're 6'4", right? A couple 100 pounds, decent stocky guy, right? Tall, big, for your size, or slender, but built for your size. How many Tyrones are you going to be able to own without one day, one moment you slipping after being this mean cracker, cracking a whip on their back? You think after one time of that, you're ever safe allowing that dude around your home? You really think you're always going to be able to keep these? Of course, they never say that it's only one. If you trick them as they're lying about us into telling their story more and be like, oh, how many did each white person own? Like, a lot? You can trick them into saying ridiculous things like multiple numbers. You could never even own one without having him slaughter you the first time you go to bed, or the first time you slip, first time you leave his thing unlocked, first time he figures out how to slip his hand out the shackle. All that's imaginary. It would have been over with. You could not own them. And you definitely couldn't own 5 or 20. And that's what you can trick the Jays into when they're already lying about you anyway. Remember, they've done lampshades and shoes and purses we made out of their skin. So they've created every ridiculous lie imaginable. And so there is no end. There's no limit. There's no ceiling to where they will go in making up lies about us to make us look like absolutely horrific people, right? So knowing all of that, that's exactly what they did with the whole shackles. We had them in chains. We owned 20 of them at a time. You'll be able to trick the J into, or the cucked white who's lying about us, to say that we owned. And then at that point, now you've totally got them trapped, because they've already, just out of their own mouths, said that any random white guy was capable of owning 20 of them, or whatever number they say, if it's 30 or 50. And so you could really ramp them up. You could be like, oh, how many do you think the most were? Or, like, keep questioning them and little like you're interested type of questions to egg them on. Get them to the point where they're like, yeah, some white people owned like to 200 slaves, And then you just start pounding them with the reality. Like, oh, yeah, so if we owned only one Tyrone, how would that happen? How would that work? How would I be able to whip him and then still get work out of him? Why would I whip him and then try to get work out of him? I just caused him severe injury. I'm going to expect that he's going to be more efficient now? I'm supposed to expect that he's going to work faster? How's that going to happen when the dude's pain or the dude's back is throbbing from a gaping open wound that, by the way, is going to get infected? And I spent how many hundreds of dollars for this dude? And that's just one. And keep in mind, from now on, after I've ever hit this dude, he's looking for retaliation any opportunity he gets, And the thing is, if any black or any white person actually just sits there and thinks about the absurdity of the story for a moment, it will become clear as day that the whole thing is absolute nonsense. When the Jays brought them here and owned them here and sold them here, they were nice to them. And they didn't put them in chains. They didn't put them in shackles. There was a random JS now and then, a female J now and then, that got busted for mistreating her blacks that she owned. But on the whole, the Jays actually didn't chain them or shackle them. In fact, they brought them here to be future, 300 years in the future, which is now. They planned on telling them that, only white people are who owned them, and that we beat them and whipped them and chained them and all that crap. They had all that planned 300 years ago. In fact, they called it the 300-year plan. You can look that up. Now, I don't know if it has been erased from Google. Back in the day, you could look that up and you could find people talking about the 300-year plan, as they called it. And so when they brought them here, they planned 300 years later into freeing them. And the whole time they owned them and had them for sale among each other here, they used white people names that they had made up, that they changed their names to. And so, and by the way, they still do that to this day. Not every single one of them. Some of them go ahead and rock their J name. But a whole bunch of J's, a whole bunch of famous ones that people think of them as a completely different name than their real name, exist in our country and in Europe. There's plenty of famous European artists that none of us in America are even aware of, that are ultra famous in their part of Europe, who are also Jays, who have been going by a white person, a made-up white person's name, for 25, 30 years in the music industry or in the movie industry. So this is common practice for them. And so during that time, they used white men's names. You can look at the signs they made where they put runaway Negro, $500 reward, contact John Adams, contact Steve Williams. Well, that don't sound like a J. That sounds like a white person owns that dude. And so that's why they made those signs back then, not only to try to trick white people into buying blacks back then, to fool them into thinking it had become a fad among the well-to-do white people, but white people, their common sense and their lack of having money prevented white people from ever wanting to own them. And so basically, Jays just sold blacks among each other. And when prominent white men would come to power, they would gift them blacks, or they would at least try to. And you got to understand, for Jays, it's like handing a box of freshly born kittens to someone. They presented it to them that way. Like, people say, oh, George Washington had slaves. Okay, but he was gifted them, or his dad before him was gifted them, whatever, by a J. And people would say, oh, it's because he's a Freemason. Well, I'm not convinced of that. Just because the Freemasons have painted him and they declare what lodge he was at, and they've painted pictures of him wearing an apron, and they put all the Masonic stuff around him in the background and everything. I know y'all have seen those famous pictures of him, or there's only one or two, but they've made two or three of them, one or two or three or something, paintings of him proudly rocking his freaking Masonic regalia. And, and then they built a monument, a Masonic monument at his gravesite. And so because of those two things and just simply declaring he was a Freemason, and they've even made quotes like where he said, I'm a Freemason first and an American second, or whatever. But all of that can be complete nonsense. You know what I mean? And so I'm not fully convinced that George Washington was. And my point of mentioning him is people always bring him up that he was a white guy that owned slaves, right? But he didn't go out buying slaves. He was gifted those slaves by someone else who was gifted them by a J. And when you're gifted some blacks, and I don't even like using the word gifted, it's just that's the mechanical name of it, for that process. But when you're given, I should say, some blacks, or they're imposed upon you in some way, it's like having a whole bunch of mouths. It is a bunch of mouths to feed, right? Only they happen to be highly dangerous, deadly, attack you any moment they get an opportunity mouths to feed. And so you wouldn't be whipping this thing that now is going to have an infection from the wound you gave it, whether it's a male or a female. I mean, let's think about this. White people's animals. Do white people beat their animals? Like, do you use your animal every day to work its butt off and do all the chores around the house? And if it doesn't, you sit there and whip it with a whip or stun it with a stun gun? No. Instead, white people's animals are treated like the most precious thing in the house because they're innocent. They can't do anything for themselves. They depend fully on the family to survive and exist and be happy and safe and comfortable. And so the family understands this. So what do? They're super nice to it, kiss its butt, whether it's a dog, a cat, a bird. So, and I know I've been a little all over the place with it, but it's because of Austin Metcalf that triggered me into this whole thing about slavery. A lot of our folks have not heard all the things. They still think white people owned blacks. We didn't. All you have to do is think of the logic of it. And I've mentioned in other streams, and I'll mention again, that after someone starts arguing with you that's a white person, that we used to own slaves, ask them, well, how many would you own? And just watch them totally short circuit. They won't know what to say or do. They'll just freeze in their tracks. Number 5 is not alive anymore. And you can wait and just wait on their response. Just look dead serious at it. Because it's a real question. How many would you own then? And eventually they have to say, I wouldn't own any. What do you mean? I wouldn't own one. And then you can go, okay, you can just nonchalant as that. As you can answer back very nonchalantly and say, okay, well, then neither did any of our other white people. I mean, it's common sense. Why would you want to buy for more money than your family even makes in several months? So they obviously couldn't afford it. But even if they were willing to sacrifice that kind of money away, even though they don't have it, why would they do so for another a mouth to feed that's also highly dangerous, can't communicate, got to teach them every single thing, like from being a baby. They don't know your language. They don't know how to eat with your utensils. Have never seen the food you eat before. They don't know how to do anything for themselves. As far as living in our world, they would know how to do things for themselves in their world, But the plants are unfamiliar to them. The freaking trees are everything's unfamiliar. So they're totally dependent on the white family, right? If a white family were to buy one. And so it's just absurd to believe that we would ever have wanted to own them. And so, moving on from Austin Metcalf, rest in peace, buddy. We'll see you on the other side there, man. I don't know if you've seen my community posts this week, but 20 blacks were arrested all at one charter school. Imagine you're sending your kid to a charter school, right? Costs more money. You're paying all this money. Meanwhile, they've flooded a bunch of blacks into your charter school for absolutely free, just so there's blacks in the school. And so you're paying all this money, and your child is not even safe and free from the non-whites. But instead, this one is in sort of the black area, I guess, of that town. I forget where it was. And I have the list of names on the community post just a few community posts back. I posted about it, and I posted their names because only one local channel posted their names and no other thing. You can go all over Google and click every news article about that, and there's a bunch, but they all avoid naming the names. But one, after like 6 or 7 articles, I finally found a local news joint that actually posted their names. I was trying to find mugshots, but no one has mugshots. No one describes their race. And they were caught on camera, on every camera of the whole facility that points at rooms where kids are regularly kept. Classrooms, great room, whatever, cafeteria. They know that all those cameras are there, running all the time, recording all the time, watching their every move, and they physically, aggressively abused, like hateful mode, abused up to 26 children so far that they have seen on camera, on video, on all the cameras. Like, they would rough up a kid in front of one camera, and then they just go to some other room where there's a camera pointing at them and rough up some other kid. Imagine. And now, here's the thing, is what a lot of you don't know is many white children have been aggressively approached sexually by adult male blacks at the school staff, or by students, obviously, and never said a word to you, the parents, or anyone else, because they're scared to death of being called the scary R word, afraid that it will cause them to get beat to death, literally, in their school by a violent pack of them if they were to ever get wind that the girl is the scary R word. So many of our girls have never reported sexual attacks and approaches by black males at the schools, all across our entire nation and all across Europe. And the other thing is, sometimes they're reported to the staff, but the staff happens to all be blacks. So guess what? Nothing gets done about it. The student doesn't get punished. The white gets silenced, maybe even expelled from the school. The black continues to go to school every day, laugh at the white kid like it's nothing, just like those freaking blacks are laughing at Austin Metcalf's dad tonight. And nothing, and just yet another white person is taken away from our population, just as the Jays planned. They brought them here to be bioweapons of mass destruction. And that's exactly what they planned on using them as 300 years in the future, which is now. I hope that's clear to everyone, that that's really what is going on. All right. Let me check and make sure this stream is still running good. I haven't actually looked at it in a little bit. Okay, yeah, still running good. Okay. And if it's glitching on you all's side, my apologies. I did not get better reception yet. I only had the toys to do like wireless connectivity and stuff to get all the stream done that way, so that I wouldn't have to be trapped at one spot in front of a computer. So, but moving on from Austin Metcalf and this school of 20. Well, let me just finish one more thing about that story. So, not only can you read the names of the 26 or of the 20 staff members who were arrested, and the names will be plain as day what their race is. They haven't even went through all the footage yet. So they expect that every kid in the school has been abused, even though the parents have not come forward and even though the students have not come forward, which is what I was getting at a minute ago when I told you the thing about that a lot of our white girls don't report ever at all when they've been attacked, as long as whether it's sexually approached or whatever. If they don't get damaged, where anybody can see it, they will keep it a secret and they won't tell anyone. Some of our girls are like that, Thankfully, a lot of them are not and go and tell. But if you tell black staff, it's going nowhere. And so that's the problem is this school was all non-white staff, and 20 of the staff. I mean, think about a charter school. It's not all that big. It's probably got 80 kids or 180 kids, maybe 380 kids. But it's only going to have a staff of, we're talking 20 staff members in one school. So how many staff members does the school really have? It's just a charter school. It's not some big public school. It's a little charter school. So 20 staff members tells me that's everyone. That's what that tells me. And not only that, they were blatantly beating up these little children. I'm talking about little kids. We're talking toddlers. It's like a daycare. It's like a charter. They call it a charter school, but it's really, they called it that to make it not sound like a daycare. It's like a pre-K. These are toddlers. And they're in there choking them out, slapping them, picking them up by their shirt at the neck, physically punching some of them. They're talking toddlers here, y'all. And it wouldn't matter if they're 6 years old, 12 years old. We don't want them in our country doing this to our children ever at all anyway. But it just goes to show that even as small and fragile and helpless and innocent as a toddler, times 26 of them so far in the school is nothing to the you-know-who's. It's nothing to them at all to beat the dog crap out of them. In fact, I guarantee you if any of those kids are white, those are the ones who got it the worst, and that's the ones they relish in abusing. They don't even care about abusing the blacks. They will, but they don't care about that like they care about abusing Whitey, All right. I just realized this mic was a little too overdriven, whichever way I should have said it in that sentence. So I'm checking here real quick, making adjustments, get this thing better. Hey. All right, yeah, still hitting too hard right there. Let's bring you down some. Oh, that's why. All right, now I can bring this guy up, and that should give us what we need. Okay, sorry if I've been sounding rough tonight until I just fixed that. My apologies. Okay. Now I'm not hitting red. Also, in my community posts, I'm going to go back to it so I can reference it. Stand by, I'm loading it. Yes. There was a random 20-something-year-old Boone in Florida who was sentenced to 6 years for stealing $4 million through some COVID scam. There was a COVID relief thing, and of course, the left was cucking away tons and tons, thousands of dollars, tens of thousands of dollars at a time to the blacks of our money during that time. So the left was probably happily giving him this, what ended up totaling $4 million. But knowing, they probably knew it was fraud and were just high-fiving that they were able to give it to him. Like, good for you, guy. I figured out a nice little way to cheat us. Good job, you know. So, yeah, one random 20-something-year-old Boone got $4 million out of us. But thankfully, they busted him. He's going to do, well, he was sentenced to 6 years. You know what that means. He'll be out in 1. Another thing that was posted this week was, I don't want to try to say the idiot's name, but he posts a bunch of we was stuff, and I've posted pictures of some of his thumbnails before for you folks to get a good laugh at, like the one where it was a black scribe, and he's got all these books behind him or scrolls behind him, and he's sitting there writing with a with an ink and a feather, and it's like, your race still does not have even one written language in 2025 to this day. So, not sure how you deduce that thumbnail would ever be a reality, but I posted that a long time ago in my community post for everybody to get a good laugh at. And the one I saw most recent is the First People of Wales. That's his newest video where he's wee-wuzzing. And he calls him the Short Dark Welsh. The Short Dark Welsh. The whole of Europe, it says, was inhabited by these short, dark Welsh. Another one was this Wigger mom. I think she was a mulatto anyway. Got busted trying to sell her mongrel baby for $500. The fat black mayor that got caught stealing. Yup, remember that? I did a little reminder post about her because someone had done a video about her. Also, the prom king thing. I don't know if y'all have noticed that series lately that I've been posting in my community posts, but the prom king thing is a seriously sickening phenomenon that's been going on for a long time. They didn't start it way back. Like they already had started them in the movies and TV shows and stuff in the 80s. But they did start doing that in the late 90s, early 2000s. And so what happens is, you know, the students are supposed to vote for who they want to be prom king and prom queen. And the prom king is usually a really good-looking guy, not always, but a good-looking example, a good unit of our people. He's usually an overachiever of some sort. He's usually helpful with other students in the community, and he also will have, you know, really good grades. He'll have a really high GPA, and so we have many examples of awesome white men, young white men in our schools that are typically always voted for prom king. You know, one of them will be picked as prom king. Well, the school staff has taken over, quote, counting the votes. And so even though school staff probably always did all through time, but now our school staff has been fired. All the type of school staff that you and I grew up with who are in Generation X, those have all retired or been fired, and they've all been replaced with rabid anti-white leftists. And so, and even cucked right-wingers, you know, who will just happily take stuff out of our hand to hand to non-whites for no reason at all other than their own imaginary virtue, just like leftists. So because we have every school now almost, I'm not going to say every single one because there probably are some good, mostly white schools with mostly normal white people who are still total cucks about non-whites, but they just don't have them around to be cucking, you know, and pandering to. The bulk of our schools all across our country and all across Europe for sure all across Europe. There's no based school in Europe, guaranteed. They are all, infiltrated and enthralled in these rabid anti-whites. And so nothing's going to get better in our school systems until we remove all of those out of our schools. We have to completely replace every single one of them with not non-whites, but with white people who are not anti-white. And that's going to be a really difficult challenge because Generation Z and the millennials and all that, they were all brought up to be anti-white. And so it just so happens that a handful of Generation Z white kids are starting to realize, like, man, I'm getting sick of being the enemy for no reason. I've never done anything bad to anyone, and all these non-whites hate my guts, And it's rare, though. I promise you it's still very rare. And Austin Metcalf's dad is a glaring, shining example. I warned y'all in other streams about how the Sheckler YouTubers that are pretend right-wingers, they have been harping along saying, we're winning, more and more every day are waking up. That's their big thing they like to say, is more and more of us are waking up every day. And that is technically true, okay? It's not absolutely wrong to say that. But the way they say it and the reason and when they're saying it in their presentation, they're presenting it to the rest of us as hopium, like, we're any day now, all the white people are going to be alarmed, and that's just not the case. We have, not only do we still have the massive bulk of our people are utterly cucked beyond belief, but they're cucked way worse than you imagine, just like Austin Metcalf's dad. And I hate to be having to talk negative about the fella after he just lost his son, but that was totally foul what he did. And I noticed his wife behind him grinning while he freaking said it. Like, how could that even happen? Any other time, if it was any other situation, I would declare it's a hoax. But it's not, because it's typical, standard, common pattern behavior that we see all the time, all over the place. And the Jays will never stage stuff like that because it goes against their narrative. They want us to believe that blacks are these angels that walk among us. Wouldn't hurt a flea. So, another thing, getting back to the prom king thing. So basically the staff, since they're ultra leftists, they just pick a random black, right? That they feel like most of the school will agree with, and they say, oh, he was voted prom king, wow, and it just so happens it's almost always one of our blonde girls, right? It's never a black girl. Why is it never a black girl? Why is it never a black dude and a black girl? It's never that at any school with a bunch of white kids in it. It's never that. Instead, it's always a blonde white girl, or it could be a brunette, it could be a redhead, it could be a white girl that has black hair even. But the bottom line is it's always a white girl, and it's now like 99% of the time it's a black guy who's being given, and I declare they're just giving it because the students are not voting for those random boons instead of, Joey or whoever, the hot white kid who's the heartthrob of the school, the Brad Pitt of the school, all right? No one's picking Tyrone Biggums over him, So it's BS. The school staff are just declaring that, we counted the votes, and it ended up being this random boon, all right, and a blonde white girl. And so now what happens with that is now the white girl has to do a dance with this dude, has to get photographs. Everyone's going to take photographs and videos of her with her arms around this dude and this dude around her arms. It also will be probably the first time ever, and she probably would have never allowed it, perhaps, if not for. But now, for the first time ever, a black has got his hands on her, touching her waist, You know, she's probably never been touched by a black before. Now she has. And now all of a sudden she's being touched by a black, and she's having to dance, and she's all dressed up. He's all dressed up. It's like the perfect scenario. They're trying to do Beauty and the Beast. That's what they're trying to do. I've explained that Beauty and the Beast, that whole story has been pushed by the Jays to tempt white girls to kiss non-whites, and then, they just become a white guy, just like a dream white guy that you ever imagined, you know? Yeah, it don't really look like a white guy, but it's this big ugly beast. But if you kiss him, meaning you mate with him, well, you'll fall in love with him, and in your eyes, he'll look just like a beautiful white guy, or just as beautiful as some beautiful white guy does, you know? And that's why they promote that crap, and that's what the prom king is all about. It's Beauty and the Beast. It's trying to trick our women into, thinking that it's completely normal to be with blacks. And it also forces them, let's say the white girl isn't interested and is perturbed that she has to be photographed with this black and has to dance with this black and all this crap. Not only all that, but now, and then keep in mind, up to this point, not that this is the most important day she'll ever have, but up to that age right there, it is the most important day to that girl that she's ever had, right? That's her big day. The next one is her sweet 16, or actually maybe she's already past 16, maybe she's 18. So the next big thing would be turning her 21 or getting married or having kids. But this is, at this point, the prom is her new biggest day she's ever had. And girls give a crap about the prom. They're real into that. They get to dress up. The guy they like is going to be there and dressed up. They hope the guy they have a crush on is who asks them to the prom. It's a whole basket of emotions for them. And so, and granted, in the last 30 years, it's been cheapened down because of multiculti hellholism. But back when it was just all white people, if you ever watch a movie from the 80s, a lot of the movies about couples in the 80s that were in high school, it revolved around prom, or the climax would happen at prom. So prom is like a prominent thing, no pun intended there. It was a big deal in our girls' lives, and it still is. And it used to be a way that some of our girls would start families very early on, super young. Basically, they would leave the prom and get pregnant that night. And so that's the idea the Jays want. The Jays want it to be Tyrone, though, instead of the pretty white guy that, she was supposed to be dancing with and getting photographs with. And then there's another bummer that comes with the whole thing. Now, if they want their daughter's picture at home on the mantle with the rest of the other pictures of their white family members all across that big mantle, well, now they got to have this one boon right in the smack middle of all their family white pictures with their precious daughter on her big day, her biggest day up to that point in her whole life. So that's, just it's like a multi-prong attack. You know what I mean? Next thing. I had posted also in the community post about a bus driver down in Florida also. This was also in Florida. Now, that other story about the 20 staff members who were beating the crap out of all the kids in the school, that was somewhere else. It wasn't in Florida. But the other story was, and then this one is as well, there was a bus driver down in Florida somewhere who got into a disagreement with a couple of passengers, and they were probably trying to rip him off. They were probably trying to ride for free, or they might have even attacked him, tried to rob him. But he had a gun on him, and you're not allowed to be armed as a bus driver in Broward County, I think they called it. I think that's where it was. And so you're not allowed to be armed, I guess, probably anywhere down there, like regardless of the county. You might not be allowed to be armed working for public transportation anywhere in the state. Maybe so. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't know their laws. But bottom line is, he wasn't supposed to. You're not allowed to, and it's a fireable offense. Obviously, if you get caught, especially shooting two people. Now, The difference is they were criminals. They, attacked him in some way or whatever, and he was driving a bus, so he was working at the time. The other two, were not. So obviously they're going to side with the city worker. And I probably would too, because I'm sure those two were just thugs who were out looking to rob someone, or they got into it with him because they didn't want to pay or whatever. So, even though I side with the bus driver, most likely, or would, I should say, most likely, it doesn't mean, sorry, you're having to hear me make a little drink here. It doesn't mean that he should just be let go without any problems, right? And the reason why, it's not because I want him to get in trouble because he's black. It's because a white man would get in trouble if he had been armed, driving the bus, got attacked by a couple of the same two blacks. He would have gotten in trouble, or at minimum, he would have gotten fired. Meanwhile, this driver, since he was black, they haven't even entertained the idea of bringing up charges on him. There is no shaming in the media like they did Daniel Penny. There is no riot happening anywhere in our country about it. White people are not riled up anywhere. Blacks are not riled up anywhere. Jays are not riled up anywhere. Why? Because it's just B on B crime that they want to keep on the hush. And so they're going to let this dude keep his job. Guaranteed the dude will not get fired, because he could just call him the scary R word if they fired him. And all he's got to do is say, it's dangerous up in these streets. I got to have me a gun. And, I'm not even disagreeing with the dude. If I was a bus driver in whatever crazy county, some big city with all these crazy non-whites getting on and off every day, I wouldn't drive the bus without a gun either. But the bottom line is, once I did have a confrontation and had to pull it out and shoot and killed two mofuggers, I would be fired. And that's the issue that I have with the whole story. It's not that I'm against the bus driver. I'm against the hypocrisy and the double standard that he won't get in any trouble at all at the end of the day. And a white man would already be in jail right now, just like Daniel Penny. He would already be in jail. They would have arrested the bus driver. If the bus driver had been white, they would have arrested the bus driver that day. So, and instead, this dude's probably already been driving the bus. They probably told him, Willie, just go ahead and come in tomorrow. Just we'll figure it out later, but just go ahead and keep running your route. We'll see you in the morning. And that's no exaggeration. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe if I looked up the story again and read through some deeper articles and stuff, maybe he's on leave right now, while they investigate. But I'll bet you Willie's just driving his route. I bet they told him, don't worry about that shit, Willie. Just come in tomorrow. Just don't have your gun on you, please. But, again, I wouldn't do his job without being strapped either. I just know that he's being treated a lot more fair than any of us would be. Guaranteed 100%. Another thing that has been aggravating me is the whole war going on Gazans and the Gaza Strip. And now the Houthis and all these other places, we've been doing these little strategic strikes. What the heck, dude? We do not want that. If you go back and review any, MAGA person, whatever, from even just 6 months ago, they wanted no wars. He's a no-war president. And yet, here we are doing strategic strikes all over the place. And we've been leveling Gaza for the Jays so that they can come in afterward and start beating females to death And I have a video of that. Middle Eastern Eye posted it. Not going to show it, but because I got a slideshow going tonight. But you can find it on Middle Eastern Eye. And not everything on there is perhaps believable, but it's clear as day that, you know, they were doing that. And just all the reports worldwide of their heinous, sickening, you know, crimes they've done against people, it's very easy to understand, or I should say believe, the videos you see of them plain as day beating these women and stuff, or these females that are completely defenseless, and they're armed to the teeth. They got all of our U.S.-made, white people-made protective gear on, war gear on, and they've got bats and all types of other things, and they're just beating the absolute snot out of these females till they died, probably. The soldiers go around after our ships shoot missiles from the water onto land and blow up parts of Gaza for them. Then they come along behind after everything's been destroyed. Here will come the Sniveling Jays in their full body armor of ours, in our Humvees, our MRAPs, our 50 cals, and they'll cruise down these streets that just got destroyed with all these Palestinian people bawling and sobbing all over the place and running frantically to try to grab their little kid out of a pile of rubble, or to pull a freaking, and they're picking up kids with missing legs and a hole through their entire torso from a rocket or a piece of debris, and they're sobbing and bawling, and all these Sniveling Jays come rolling through in their MRAP and our MRAPs, laugh at them, start shooting at them, get out and rape one of the females if they find one that hasn't been blown to pieces by our freaking military. It's just sickening. It's sickening. And I don't have no bleeding heart for non-whites, but that is bullshit. We're allowing them to just utterly genocide. They openly declare that they're animals. Guess what? They openly declare we are too. So guess what? What's going to happen once they're done with Gaza, when they finally decide that it's Whitey's turn? They're just practicing over there for what they plan on doing to us. Someday, they're going to turn on us, who they also call animals, who they also say doesn't deserve to have a right to live or own anything, whom it says right in their books they write that they need to eliminate first so that they can then control all the world's non-whites as the slave owners of them. I mean, that's pretty pathetic that we obey them, pander to them, believe their ridiculous lie that they are God's chosen people. That's hilarious. They've never accomplished, Jays and non-whites combined have never accomplished even one of God's promises to Abraham and to Israel's seed. Not even one. All of them combined, Jays and all the world's non-whites combined. Not even one. Meanwhile, long ago, white people have already accomplished all of God's promises. A-L-L. All of God's promises to Israel's seed. So, and what did Christ say? You will know them by their fruits. You know, that has more than one meaning, by the way. Fruit means children. So you'll know them by their children. If your children come out with white people hair, white people eyes, and they can blush, then guess what? They're white people. They're pure. That means your old lady didn't screw around on you with a non-white. That means you didn't go out and knock up some non-white and have mongrel kids with them. You'll know them by their fruit. If you're a race mix and fornicator, you're going to end up having some broccoli-headed fruit. Right? Now, the other thing about it, though, is our accomplishments. Fruit can also be our accomplishments or our are benefits from our accomplishments. And so either one, if you look at either one, and especially the latter, which is the one that truly pertains to the thing we're talking about here, it proves that only we are God's chosen people. Only we are God's special creation, who has created everything in this world that you will ever own on purpose to use to make your life better, like math, science, written language, every form of communication that you'll ever use in your entire life from birth to death, every form of transportation you ever use in your whole life from birth to death, every form of entertainment, basically, other than garbage rap, which you wouldn't be able to even have if it wasn't for white men's microphones, white men's electronic equipment, white men's, everything. Every single thing. From the mumbling nog's mouth where the microphone starts all the way to the speaker or the radio tower that transmits to you or the internet all of it, all the way to your eyes and ears from that mumbling hyena chaser is all white people's inventions. Every single thing. Every little component on the circuit board of a circuit board had to be thought up first by white people. Rectifiers, transistors, diodes, capacitors, the circuit board itself, traces on a circuit board. They used to not even be traces. They used to be wires. Every single thing along the way. Your entire life, everything you ever use. Every time you enjoy air conditioning when it's scalding hot outside. Every time you have a cold, freezing cold ice cubes in the freezer drink when it's scalding hot outside. Every time you step in your house and it's nice and warm with a flip of a switch, instead of you having to go gather firewood and build a fire in the middle of the day or night in the freezing cold of winter. Instead, you flip a switch, and in just 5-10 minutes, your whole house feels totally comfortable. While it's 20 degrees outside or 20 below outside. You need to go somewhere across the world, you can hop on an airplane that white people invented, and every single piece of equipment on the airplane white people invented. From every nut, rivet, bolt, the flaps, the wings, the whole concept of flight. By the way, 10 forms of flight white people have come up with. 10. It's truly not comparable to, we're not comparable to anyone. No one, all of them combined are not even remotely close to comparable to our kind. And that is why, that is one of the main reasons why. First of all, it wouldn't matter if we did benefit greatly from them living around us. What if we benefited amazing, right? What if we made more money when they were around? What if we were better, healthier when they were around? But God told us no. So even if it was a benefit to us to have them around, God says no. God says do not have any strangers living among you. And definitely never put strangers above you. But you got to understand, when you start letting strangers live among you, eventually the strangers will be above you. And God also says that in the Bible. That if you allow them among you, that eventually they will rule over you. Why? Because white people are high trust. And that, to a non-white of any kind, means you're a naive sucker. You can only exist as a high trust person in a high trust society with other high trust individuals. You cannot be a high trust person living among third worlders, because you will get scammed, you will get robbed, you will have things stolen from you, or worse. You could be Austin Metcalfed. So basically, I just wanted to stress, that it matters. It matters that we don't pander to them in any way, shape, or form. All right? No Afro ball. No listening to their freaking garbage music. I don't care if it was done by one in the 70s or 80s or 60s when you think blacks were cool or still nice to us. The only reason they were still nice to us, but they weren't, by the way, they had riots all the time. They regularly got beat up by groups of our white men after they were caught attacking one of our white girls who was alone and defenseless, or even one of our white boys attacking them while they're alone and defenseless. So they haven't been nice to us the whole time, but because some white people are cucked into one of them being a band member of a band or whatever from the 60s or 70s, the reason they were being nice is because they were getting paid millions of dollars to entertain millions of white people. And they were getting to defile who knows how many hundreds of our white girls. Free and willingly. They didn't have to rape them. They didn't have to be a criminal and do it in secret or anything. They were willing. These white girls would just throw themselves on them. Because that's how cooked our people are. So not only can we not have non-whites living among us because of our own people's cuckery, but we can't have them living among us because of our women. Our women will end up cheating on us with them, or race mixing on us with them. So, and the thing is, as the population becomes more and more non-white and less white, it becomes exponential. The drop-off of our people will become exponential. It won't just keep going down at a gradient. We will start losing white people exponentially, because not only are we losing white people who age out, but at the same time we're losing any white girls who were going to produce white children for our race to continue on. So obviously it's going to be compounding. A downward spiral that gets worse and worse as it goes. And so thank God there are plenty of our girls still, have not been brainwashed by all the propaganda and all the peer pressure. But the number is going to get worse and worse. It's going to grow more and more, percentage-wise, of our girls who will leave our race for another kind. And the thing is, it doesn't matter if, it doesn't matter if they end up being with a white guy later on and getting married and having kids with him and all that. That dude's got monkeypox now. Once they go out, that's it. They've been defiled. Once they go out and mate with a non-white, literally our Bible says they are defiled. I don't know if you know what that means, but it means ruined. That's what it means. It means ruined. So, if you don't want your children ruined, better keep them away from the non-whites. Now, I know that's a tall order. I know a lot of people can't just pack up and move from wherever they find themselves surrounded up to their ear holes in non-whites. But you're going to have to make a way. And you better do it soon. If your daughter or little boy hasn't been killed yet, you better figure out a way to get your butt out of that world. If you're in some city, you're surrounded by them everywhere you go, you better figure it out. Otherwise, and you tell yourself, oh, I'm too poor, I don't have the money to move, whatever. Well, guess what? Soon, if you don't, you'll end up being childless and you won't have the money to move, as you say. Still, you'll be in the same status, but you'll be childless. So make your choice. You want to not have money, but still have your child? Better find a way away from them. And granted, I understand that the Jays have made it where it seems almost impossible, but it's not. There are plenty of white areas where we still are so concentrated with white people that even though they've sent blacks to those areas, they're only like a 1% of the population, you know? So any of those areas you manage to get yourself to, that's where you should go. You ever go visit a friend or a family member out of town and notice that the whole town is super white? Figure out a way to get your butt to live there, you know? And don't just move there blindly and not have a job or anything figured out, you know? Go back to your place where you live once the visit's over. Do research about the area. Figure out where you want to try to get a job at. You know, interact with them in advance. Let them know your plan, that you'd like to move out to that area. You got to plan things out. You know, I enjoy where I live now because I planned things out. I did without, you know. I'm no different than any of you. I like cool things, you know. I like having cool trinkets and whatever, and everything costs money. So, but the bottom line is I did without those things so that I could escape the city. And I did so with a feverish passion. I made sure we didn't, you know, blow money we didn't need to so that we could get our butts out of town for good. And it worked. But you have to commit to it. You have to put the effort forward. And sometimes it's that you have to do without things so that you can stack your money. But, you know, coming up soon will be a great time to get moved if the housing market actually does crash, which of course it will at some point. But they've been talking like it's going to happen soon. And if it does, that's your opportunity right there. So any of you who are still in town and you almost have the money to move, but you don't yet, be on the lookout and keep stacking money and do without things that you don't freaking need. And don't waste money senselessly. And stack your money up so that when this crash does come, you can scoop yourself up something with a nice hefty down payment on it compared to its price, you know, its value, whatever. That could be the difference of you being able to pay 10% down or 25% down. And I don't even like suggesting anyone get a mortgage at all. So for the folks who are, you know, deep enough into understandings where they don't ever want to try to be a mortgage holder because that means you owe the J's, well, in that case, you're going to have to stack money and buy something cash. And I hear you, and I agree, and it's all good. And the other thing is, since they can still take it from you if you're a government dissident, some people just plan on renting their whole life so that they don't have anything tied to them that can be stolen from them like that that's worth so much money. And for those people, I completely understand that as well. You know, in fact, that was my plan at first. I was like, why would I buy anywhere, spend $200,000, $300,000, $500,000 on something that can just be stolen from me overnight by the government? And all they got to do is say, you know, that I owe way more taxes than they actually charged me, you know, and even though it was their fault that I underpaid, now I owe them all this money and they only give me X amount of time, or, oh, they're going to, seize it from me. They can make up anything they want. And in the future, they will definitely be able to make up anything they want. And in the future, they'll just disregard any legality that they've ever written in advance before your case ever came along. They'll ignore any precedent that's already been set in case law because they already do to this day. They ignore precedent in case law even though they've overwritten our law system with their legal system, which is case law. We're not supposed to even go by case law. We're supposed to go by the actual Constitution. But instead, and Commonwealth law, you know, common law, I should say. But instead, we go by case law, which is unlawful. It's legal, but it's unlawful. And even if you could defend yourself properly with all of their legalism they've created before your case ever came along, they will still totally disregard all their own rules, regulations, restrictions, caps, exceptions, everything. They'll ignore the proper defenses. You could have all the elements to defend yourself, and they'll still find you guilty in the future just because they want to. And so a lot of people are like, why would I spend? And I was one of those people for a long time. I was totally in that, and I still sympathize with that group. That why would I ever spend $200 to $600,000, let's say, for a home that can just be stolen from me overnight by the government? You don't truly own it. You're a usufructuary. No different than your driver's license or your license plate. You pay for it, but it's not really yours. It belongs to the state of Massachusetts. It belongs to the state of Texas. And it'll say it right on it somewhere. It'll say, if lost or stolen, return to that state, the owner, you know. Some of them used to say property of so-and-so state. And the reason they did so, the reason they took that off of a lot of them is because people were making the legal argument in court that they're not liable for anything. Because after all, if the license belongs to the state, then what are you liable for? Nothing. It's theirs. And so people used to use that in court, and they got sick of that crap quick. So they've reworded on the licenses now to, if found, return to the state of whatever. All right, let me see what, let me get back in here and see. Oh, yeah, I was talking originally about the war continuing on in Gaza. The Jays bombed an entire tent area where they had forced Palestinians to be staying. They cut the power off long ago, weeks ago. It's been months ago now, probably. And, that's the other thing we've been telling people for years they're going to do to us someday. They're going to cut the power. We had Event 201. Event 201 was a practice run for them shutting down all the power on us. And they want to be able to do it in like huge sections at a time simultaneously. And so that's what Event 201 was about. And they did it on the date that they had been showing in movies and commercials and all over the place, all through the early 2000s and all through the late 90s. They kept showing September 23rd, 2015. September 23rd, 2015. They did it over and over and over and over and over again. And so, sure enough, September 23rd, 2015 came along, and they pulled the stunt. But they didn't cut power to everyone. It was a test. And so everyone's power just clicked is all it did. You didn't make your clock go to 12 on your stove. It didn't make your lights kick off. It was just it was like an analog ping where they tested that all the switches in a huge area at a time would activate at the same time. And so however they did that mechanics of that is what they were practicing at that time. And so they're ready. They already have it practiced. It's rehearsed. They did it again in 2016. And they've probably have done it every year since then just to keep their practice up, ready to go to do it. But it just so happens, with all of the pressure of the people on the internet and the influence that collectively everyone on the internet has had, the Jays kind of lost a little bit of control of, a portion of the population. And then once the news stopped being trusted in 2016 by a lot of people, and that is thanks to Trump calling it fake news. We had been saying fake news, but it took Trump to say it before all his followers of our white people would finally agree that, I guess the news are full of crap. you know. Meanwhile, we'd been called tinfoil hat wearing, leftist nutbags, the whole thing. And we're trying to explain to them, no, we're more right-wing than you are, idiot. You're the left-wing moron who thinks you're a right-winger. You're not a right-winger at all. You don't conserve anything. You're not a conservative at all. You're a leftist without realizing it, who calls your opponents a Nazi, just like the left does, and panders to non-whites any moment you get, just like the left does, and diversity hires first opportunity you get, just like the left does. And you support the Jays who invented communism, just like the left does. Another thing that happened this week, or I should say in the course of the last week sometime, an ex-boxer over in Europe got arrested. It was on BBC News is where I had found it. And he had made videos where he said that, and the quote is, quote, young white girls are being raped by these grooming gangs, end quote. And for that quote right there, they went and arrested that dude. They swatted him somehow, either at his house or whatever, and they have him in jail. I don't know if he's bonded out. I don't know if they plan on just keeping him in there as a political prisoner for a while, but that's where he is. More info came out about that black truck driver. Well, I don't know if he's really black. He could have been something else, but he looks black, who killed like 5 or 7 people when he hit 17 cars with the 18-wheeler he was driving. Let's see. I know I had some other stuff. Oh, yeah. Actual justice warrior. I don't care for that dude too much. It's hard to listen to him talk because he's always got to announce who he is, and at the end he has to say it again in that weird outro he always does. This has been me talking about blah, blah, blah. It's like, what the heck is that stupid crap? But anyway, I appreciate his posts, though, even though I have a hard time listening to him. And he had a story about one of our teen boys who was attacked, and he's damaged really badly. I don't even know if he's going to make it out of it. I think he needs reconstructive surgery and everything. And the blacks who attacked him and beat him down are going to get no charges. No charges. Also, we had the nog that chimped out in Antarctica. That was crazy. That only happened a week or so ago. And I don't know if you heard about that, but if you haven't, look into that and read the article about that. There is a black they sent down to Antarctica. And, living in Antarctica is like living under the sea. You basically got to stay indoors all the time. And when you do got to go outside, it's absolute hell. And so the bulk of your time, 23.5 hours a day, is spent indoors in the same little place with the same few people. And so sure enough, the dude's only been there weeks or maybe several months, and he already chimped out. And now everyone living down there is trapped with this idiot, and they're worried and scared, and they want him gone, I'm sure. That's crazy that even in Antarctica, you send him all the way to one by himself, all the way to Antarctica, and he'll immediately cause problems. Another one was a black dude he punched, I should say, a bachelorette in Dallas, Texas. He punched her in the face so hard, broke her nose, knocked 3 of her front teeth out. Still waiting to hear what's going to happen with him, if he's going to get charges. I think he did get arrested, but, who knows? They could just drop the charges any old time. And a lot of times that's what they'll do is they'll go ahead and arrest the Boone so that everyone in the public's like, all right, he got arrested. But meanwhile, that's as far as anyone looks into it. Once they see, like, white people have this misconception that when they see that a black has been arrested, or any non-white for that matter, any non-white who's been arrested, the white people think that justice has been served, right? Except for perhaps the victim family, they're all the way till through the court trial and the whole thing. So they're going to be involved and interested in wanting to see true justice served, meaning the sentence, right? But for the bulk of the public of white people who don't know the person personally that got killed, got murdered, whatever, they only go as far as finding out whether or not the non-white got arrested. And once they hear that the non-white got arrested, they're like, ah, cool, another one on the shelf, boom. And they move on to the next thing, and then they never really look back into the story because there's so many numerous ones, they come at us so much every day with new ones, new people being killed every day. It's not necessarily their fault that they don't go back and research later on what ended up becoming of those murderers, but the Jays understand that. So the Jays will just free them after they've been arrested. They'll keep them in jail a few days, a few weeks. Sometimes if they're really bold, they'll just let them out the next day. But most of the time, they'll, keep them for a few weeks or a few months. And then once everything blows over and no one's paying any attention to them at all, they just free them. They just reduce the charge and say, oh, we're going to give you, 85 days time served for a mega heinous crime that he should get the death penalty for. They'll let him go at 80 days or something, time served, or not time served perhaps, but on parole, and they'll have an ankle bracelet, and you get to go home, but you got to wear the bracelet now on your ankle and be on probation for however long. And then they'll violate the probation all they want, and they'll just be released the next day. And while if you violate probation, you go back before a judge for the original charge that you are on probation for. But for them, they just release them the next day. Oh, it's just a violation of probation, that's all. It's just a violation of probation. Yeah, but that violation of probation is supposed to make you go back to court and and reface what normally would be double jeopardy. Instead, because you were on probation and you violate it, that means you go back and face the original charge that put you on probation. If it was guns, drug dealing, whatever. But they don't do that to them. Instead, they just call it a simple violation of probation. 30 days in jail or $500 fine, or that they never pay because they don't have to. So, no charges for the young white boy who was, I don't remember if he was killed or not. I want to say he was killed, but he may have just beaten so bad that he almost died. Let's see. There was also, and I had mentioned the old black female. I had done a community post about her, who stole $1.5 million worth of chicken wings. $1.5 million of chicken wings. She was working for a food department of a school district, and she was like in charge of purchasing. DEI hire, of course, as always. And she literally purchased 11,000 cases. I'm not making that number up. You can find it in the articles about it. She ordered 11,000 cases of chicken wings over a period of like 1.5 or 2.5 years. Just in that short period of time, 11,000, not 11,000 chicken wings, 11,000 cases of chicken wings. She also ordered a bunch of other stuff, and all of that was unauthorized purchasing. So she spent stole a total of like $1.5 million worth of chicken wings, but then she also stole another $200,000 or more worth of other types of foods, sweets, side dishes for all the chicken wings, probably a bunch of ranch dressing or whatever they like to dip it in. And so she blew, I think they said total over $2 million. But if it wasn't, it was at least another $200,000 something she blew on other unauthorized purchases of food, all using the school district's credit card. Oh, I remember what it was. Is she went $2 million over the budget allowed for the year. Imagine that. Not $2,000 or $20,000 or even $200,000. $2 million over budget for the year. So that's what diversity gets you. And that's what diversity hiring will get you. Another story I know personally, a place that I used to frequent, it's a business. They had several blacks working there. And those blacks were very problematic at their company. They were always causing problems. They were always giving customers attitude. And I'm friendly with that business owner. And so I told him back then, I'm like, man, you really got to get rid of these diversity hires. You know, they're running off your customers. They're running your place into the ground. They don't keep the place up. It doesn't look clean here. Everything looks like shit. And I'm like, you really ought to, find you some replacements, some good white guys to put back in here. And he ignored my suggestion. And he kept one of these blacks, well, several of them, he kept working there for many years. Well, he just found out last month that the one he trusted the most, who he had given keys to the business and everything, right? And the dude's had keys now for like 2.5 years. He's been working there for like 5 or 6, but he's had keys to the whole facility of the guy's business for about 1.5 to 2 years. And in that whole time, since the day he handed that dude the keys, the dude has been coming there at night. Not at night, but like after they close and everyone leaves, he would come right back and knew the alarm code and everything, so you disable it. And he was going and stealing, like $1,000 or whatever per day, I guess. And he did it almost every day. And he did that for like 2 years. And only recently did the dude figure it out that owns the business. So that was one I know of personally. And then Illinois has a non-white mayor, and he got rolled recently by the cops and tried to get out of it. I think he was driving drunk. And then let's see. There was a black that was brought into Ireland, one of the invaders. They flooded in with the dinghies or whatever. And he was already a convicted rapist in his own country. And they sent him to Ireland. And within just a few days of being there, hadn't even been there a whole week, he got busted for raping an Irish lady, one of our ladies. In Connecticut, there was a black female that killed her brother, spider-headed brother, and she ate him. And then she got busted for eating her brother. Let's see. I'm trying to just review some of these. And I really was going to do notes and everything so I could just flow real easily and effortlessly through the different stories I wanted to mention, but I just didn't have enough time. I didn't have enough hours in the day today to get everything done I needed to do and then still be able to get back here and make a playlist of music and make notes for what all I wanted to mention and rant about. But here's another one. Down in Florida, 5 Nogs, all underage, were arrested on felony charges after stealing 2 cars in less than 13 hours. And they got busted. They had guns on them. They had led the cops on a big chase, almost got a bunch of people killed. Thankfully, they didn't kill anyone, but they almost caused several really nasty wrecks. There was I don't know, Colombian or Venezuelan or whatever. In Connecticut, there was I guess maybe he's Colombian or El Salvadorian or something. He got arrested because he ate someone. So he's been arrested for cannibalism. I don't know if he murdered a person then ate them, because they don't mention murder charges, but they do mention cannibalism, and that's what he was arrested for. Also, going back down to Florida, the famous YouTube sheriff that everybody likes, Grady Judd, the no-nonsense sheriff down there, he busted a bunch of illegals, as the non-white, or as the conservatives call them. Busted a bunch of non-whites the other day, and one in particular he busted had a child slave, and he was also, of course, banging the child slave. And then also there was another cannibal, a big black dude that got caught eating someone, and they let him out of jail after they arrested him for it. Not because they dropped the charges or found him not guilty. They just released him before his court date for cannibalism. So that's pretty wild. A lot of cannibalism going on among them, you know. And we already had all the reports about when they flooded 20 or 30,000 of them into, where was it, Dayton, Ohio, or somewhere in that area, and they were eating people's pets. They were eating the local ducks in the lakes and stuff. So a lot of cannibalism goes on among them, apparently. I'm looking for the other things here, the other notes I had. And I hope y'all are enjoying some of those quotes tonight for your study. I realize I made it look more like it was going to be a party, but, you know, it's always a party because we're celebrating because it's Sabbath. But I figured I would use tonight to just test out the slideshow thing, and my comments folder is like the most ready to go, where I could just grab it and drag it, and it was already ready. It already had a lot of stuff loaded in it. Tonight, y'all will be going, if you are around for it, there will be about 511, I think, comments and quotes that will scroll through tonight. I also have a beautiful picture to post in the community posts. I'm going to wait till tomorrow for Sabbath during the day, and if I remember to tomorrow, I'm going to post it. It's a picture of a beautiful thing made by our people, and over in Scotland, and so I can't wait to post that and let you folks see it. I'll get that posted tomorrow. Here was a thing I saved that I was going to post in the community posts, and I just never did. And it's a statement about overseas. It says, since Labour took office, a staggering 203,000 UK businesses have closed, painting a bleak picture for enterprise, jobs, investment under the current government. But really, that's only for white people. It looks bleak. If you're Indian, you can come there and be given $200,000 to open yourself another barber shop when they already have 200,000 Indian barber shops, or another car wrap shop, or another Indian food place. But a white man, yeah, you can't really start anything there. You don't qualify for any free money from the government that you never have to pay back. You can't do like the Indians and go buy a bunch of stuff in bulk and then sell the individual things out of each bulk package for resale, even though every little individual wrapper says not for resale on it. And I mentioned before in a stream a long time ago that a lot of products, they have started taking the not for resale off of the individual packages inside the cases that stores buy in bulk. And the reason why is so non-whites can't be busted when they buy the stuff at, say, Costco and drive right down the road to their gas station there in your local town and sell you one Hostess cupcake out of the big box of Hostess cupcakes they bought from Costco for almost a third of what they paid for the whole box. But if you try to do that, you'll get busted. That's illegal. You can't buy these already for sale one-time family-size packages and then turn around and resell all the individual wrapped things out of it. That's called reselling. You're not allowed to do it. Non-white's totally cool. It's all good. They can do it all they want. So, that's why it's bleak for white people to try to start a business here or overseas. Also, in the news this week that I wanted to rant about is the Amish are being forced to vaccinate, which I don't think they're going to comply. I think they're going to basically tell them, go F yourself. And at that point, it may turn into a Waco situation for them. And so I'm going to let you know right now, if the Amish start being attacked and like you see it on the news that they're bringing choppers and trucks and MRAPs and tanks and whatever there like they did Waco, I demand that every one of you white people get up off your seat and get in your vehicle and drive your butt to where the Amish are being attacked. I'm going to do it, and every white person that ever sees it on the news, if it happens, better do it. We need to go Bundy Ranch style on that, because they already Waco'd an entire group of people down there, and they've demonized them with documentary after documentary to try to justify what they did. They bombed and missiled freaking an entire church full of children and women. Burned them alive and blew them up to smithereens all at once. Our own white people, Christians. Not even criminals like whatever. They were women and children. And you could demonize the men of the group all you want, but the women and children were not anything to do with the men. So even if you wanted to believe the mantra that David Koresh and all his guys were all evil and kid bangers and all the batty things that the Jays always say about all white people, then that doesn't apply to the women and children. And that is who they blew up to smithereens. The men weren't with the women and children. The men put the women and children in a safe place. They notified the government that that's where they were so that the government wouldn't attack that building, so that they would attack any of the other buildings where the men were, but not where the women and children are. They let them know, look, our women and children are in the church or whatever building it was, the gymnasium, the little makeshift gymnasium they had, whatever it was. They knew the kids were in there. I mean, our government back then had the kind of vision they can see through stuff like X-ray through walls and stuff. Even cops have had that since the mid-2000s. They don't ever get it given to them, but, they said they were going to give it to cops where they could just drive past people's houses and they could see you sitting in your living room, So they knew exactly who was where on that compound. And they blew those women and children to smithereens and burned the rest alive. So if they start trying to do that to the Amish because the Amish refuse to take vaccines, I expect and demand all of us, myself included, I will get in my car and roll. And we need to go up there and lock arms and stand in front of them and not allow any of them to be Waco'd. Not even one household of them. And, chances are, how slick they are nowadays. Instead of Wacoing them, they may try something where they just go SWAT one house at a time. They SWAT a house. The whole town's in an uproar about it, but they wait 3 or 4 days before they do it again so the town settles back down, kind of gets over it. Boom. Then they SWAT them again. One more house. Boom, boom, boom. And then they just keep doing that every 3 to 5 days, every 3 to 8 days, whatever their frequency. They feel out the Amish, like, oh, after 12 days, they seem to be chilled out. We'll go on day 13, So they may only just SWAT a house at a time. And they don't mind taking us out one person at a time. That's what the blacks are for. That's what non-whites in general in our country are for. And if a non-white manages to take out more than one white person before they get taken out or busted, arrested, put in prison, whatever, then that's even better. That's a bonus to the Jays. Like that truck driver that killed 5 of our people. Or, or just one for one, the black kid that killed Austin Metcalf. At least he got one under his belt. That's all the Jays care. He served his intended purpose here. And that's why it doesn't matter if they're legal or illegal. Dude was probably born here. His dad was probably born here. His granddad was probably born here. Great-granddad was probably born here. Great-great-granddad was probably born here. Probably been here 7 generations. It doesn't matter. That makes no difference to the dead white child. Makes no difference whether he's legal or illegal. But the Amish, they are trying to say to the Amish that you have to take vaccines now. There is no religious exception that we will accept from you. And so, and the bottom line is I saw this meme that I should just say real quick because it just popped up here as I was scrolling along through my things. And the saying is, you can be as polite as you want. The state will still kill you if you get in the way. And that's totally true. And we have to understand that as individuals, that's why the individualist cucks are morons, because as individuals, we don't have power. We have to meet together at a place, in the country where we decide when we have to defend a group of people like the Amish. We're all going to have to go there and rally in front of them, and literally block the whatever situation is that they decide to send there. Whether it's a standing army or whatever. But the thing is, now that we have the internet, now that we have social media and all these things, the Jays may be slicker than that. They may go, it'll be easier to take them out one at a time. Or it'll be easier to just, and that's really what I think they'll try to do. I think they'll just try to come get one man from the family at a time after they review, try to get that kid to come vaccinate or try to force those parents to vaccinate their kids and they say no. They'll just let the process happen at different times for each individual Amish family. And so they won't go into perhaps the village and try to take all of them at once. Instead, they'll just come get one male of each family at a time. Every few days, every several weeks, whatever the frequency they want. And there was also a gang of blacks that attacked an English primary school over in England. An entire gang of blacks, like 30 of them, attacked a primary school, y'all. Let's see, there was another in Austria. There was a gang of blacks that went around attacking girls and raping them, and one of them ended up being a 12-year-old Austrian girl, and she was passed around to all of them, and they all took turns on her. By more than a dozen of them took turns on her, and then they did it again in Vienna to another girl. So just some things that happened this week that I wanted to bring up. The Jays also bombed numerous sites across Gaza this week. They also bombed a car that was rushing kids to the hospital. They also bombed a hospital, and they denied that they did so, or they at least tried to say they didn't mean to or whatever it was, but I think they said they didn't do so at all. And meanwhile, the hospital's blown to smithereens, and all the people inside are destroyed from it. And it was an airstrike, too. So definitely bombed the hospital. They're basically Waco-ing Gaza. That's what they're doing. They're Waco-ing Gaza the same way they Waco'd Waco, Texas, And so not the whole town of Waco, Texas, but the same thing they did in Waco is what they're doing to Gaza. And, don't put it past them to want to go do that to the Amish. Remember, the Amish are producing tons of white children per white man and woman. Each Amish family is an average of, I would say, 6 kids, and that's probably on the low side. Some of those Amish families have 12, kids. So, 5 or 6 kids, that's probably just the average family there. And so the Jays know that keeps their population up. Also, remember, they went out and voted for Trump openly. So that makes, the Yiddy Diddlers, even though the Yiddy Diddlers like Trump and all that, but they supposedly hate him. So, half of them supposedly hate him. So that will make them put a target on the Amish, too, for that. So it's probably just, leftist government people who are wanting to get back at them for openly being against the left. And that's what it really boils down to. It doesn't mean necessarily that you're a right winger. It just means you disagreed with the left at all. And if you disagree with the left at all, you don't have to be pro-Trump, even though they were. You don't have to be pro-Trump. You just have to be against the left at all. And if you are, here comes retaliation, So, what else? Yes, I haven't posted this in the community post yet, but I will post it in a couple of days. I'll tell you about it now, but I'll send you the post about it in a day or two. I don't want to ruin Sabbath with this post, so I'll wait by post and just post it on Sunday or something. But basically, the Jays staged a thing. I declare that's what it is. The narrative is that this Black in the Hood found a backpack stuffed completely full with cash and luxury jewelry and diamonds, all right? And he found it and supposedly figured out who it belonged to and gave it to the owner, returned it to the owner with all the diamonds and luxury jewelry and cash in it. And it just so happens the owners are Jays, and he had to meet them at the synagogue to give it to them. And so they have a photo op on the news article of these 2 Jays with this random boon standing between them. And they're holding this backpack where you don't see anything inside. You don't see any jewels. You don't see any diamonds. You don't see any cash. But it looks very plump, like they stuffed it full of paper. And they made it look like it's billowing full, even though it's all zipped up. And the article says, student return. Of course, they call him a student, and this dude looks like he's 30 years old. And they put, student returns lost backpack filled with luxury jewelry and diamonds and cash. So I declare that story is completely staged. It's an absolute hoax to make the bees look honest and whatever. And it's hilarious to call the guy a student. He's clearly like 30-something years old. Dude looks like he's about 31 or 32 years old. He's definitely not a student. And if he is, that's because he couldn't pass high school till he was 25. So there was that ridiculous story that I didn't get around to posting, but I will post it eventually. Oh, yeah. Yes. Another thing I wanted to talk about some more was the dadgum 22 threes and me, I call it, because it's 33. Anytime you see 23, that means 2 threes. So 23 and me, you're actually supposed to read it with the understanding that means 2 threes and me, 33 and me. And so the 2 threes and me, not only did they go bankrupt, but they're selling off the DNA. So if you have turned your DNA into them, they are selling it to someone else. I guess the highest bidder or whatever other J company wants to buy it. So that's not good. If you ever turn your DNA into them, you'll be in the future, now I want to say you will be, so let me restate that completely. There is a chance that you could be blamed for anything the Jays want to blame you for anytime in the future, 10 years from now, 2 years from now, 20 years from now. They could pick any scenario just out of the blue that you're not aware of. Now, granted, they could have been working on it for months and months and months to get it all figured out, but it will be out of the blue to you because you're just minding your own business, living your life, doing your thing, and out of nowhere, you'll be arrested, be pulled over, arrested, or you'll be swatted or whatever, and they'll blame you for something that you have absolutely nothing to do with. You don't know what the heck they're talking about. Never heard of the person or the victims or the whatever scenario, never even been to the place they're accusing you of. And you could have alibis out the yin-yang. You could be like, I was at my buddy's birthday party. He's got cameras all over his house. You'll see footage of the whole day of me being there. And they will completely ignore any evidence like that you can provide. They will ignore any kind of surveillance cameras, CCTVs, your friend's own cameras showing you sitting in his or her house that whole day, that they're accusing you of being somewhere completely ass far away, hundreds of miles from there, committing some terrible crime. You could have all the proof you want. You could show your phone records. Look, my phone was only in this location, and I was using it, and I talked to this person at this time, and we can get them subpoenaed into court to testify that it was definitely me on the phone. Anything you want, you can bring for defense, for evidence that you were innocent, and they will utterly and completely ignore all of your evidence, and they will go strictly on the fact that they have your DNA at the scene, they will say. Right? And all it really is they just pick your DNA and decide to declare that they found it at some scene that some staged scenario they've created, some fake crime scenario they've created. And so no matter what alibis and no matter what camera footage proof and no matter what you have that you think is absolute solid evidence, it's indisputable, there's no way. I'm right here on camera the whole day at my buddy's house. Look at me in plain 4K right there, bright sunshine you can see me plain as day. There I am. Won't matter. They'll say, sorry, that must be someone that just looks like you or something. They'll just completely, they won't even address your evidence. They will just completely dismiss it, not allow it. It'll be inadmissible, they'll declare, for any random reason they want to use. And they will say, bottom line, we have your DNA on the scene, at that scene. So that's it. You're guilty based on your DNA being there. That proves you were there above any alibi thing you have, above any piece of evidence you got. We don't want to see it. We already have concrete proof right here. Meanwhile, it's all made up. It's all a lie. But you'll have no way to defend yourself from it, even if you have good evidence, good proof, video footage, whatever. It just won't matter. You could even be on a cruise. You'd be like, look, I was on Carnival Cruise Lines that whole week, man. I was in Kokomo. Here's my receipt from the restaurant in Kokomo. Here's my whatever, and won't matter. Also, they want your DNA because they want to play with it. They want to experiment with it. I wouldn't put it past the Jays to create their own test tube baby white people eventually and do something to them to make them be messed up where they're less intelligent than white people are supposed to be and all this crap, to make us look like we have millions of complete idiot white people that are far less developed and advanced mentally than the non-whites are, who've actually only been developed in their minds because they've been around us for the last 100 years. If they make 10 million of these weird, I don't want to say clones because I'm against the whole belief in clones. I don't think they can create life. That's nonsense. That's anti-biblical. Only God can create life. But they can they can do test tube babies. So I think they want our DNA also to be able to create their own concoction of test tube baby white people who will be genetically engineered to be dumbasses and not capable of developing a proper, full-grown, fit body. They'll be short, they'll be weak, they'll be mentally, slightly hindered. And then if they make, 10 million of them or whatever and put them out into our population, it'll make the average white people look worse. It'll bring our averages down in schools. It'll basically create a fake reality, It isn't really real reality, but it appears as though it is, because just like how right now, to lower our numbers, they classify and make to make our numbers higher in crime as white people, percentage per capita and all that, and to make our averages lower in scholastic ability by white people, as by our race. They classify certain non-whites as whites. They even do straight black dudes. Sometimes they classify them white. And they use their terrible score to bring our average down on our scholastic scores average. Or they use their crime to add to our crime percentage of our people. When really the dude's totally black or completely, Mexican or whatever, 100% Mexican or whatever. So that's another thing I think they could be planning to do with white people's DNA. I think another plan of attack they may do with white people's DNA is inject it into non-whites and see if non-whites can survive having it in them. Then later on, they do testing on them and go, oh, you have white people in your DNA. See, just like we've been saying back all along, that white people used to rape your great-great-great-grandmammy, and that's why you got the last name Johnson or Jones or Williams. That's why y'all got white people names, because y'all was raped by the white people, and they gave you their name after the female they raped got pregnant. They said, oh, we're going to keep it. We're going to name it our names, which is illogical and nonsensical, and a white man can never do that because he'd lose his own wife. His wife would leave him. He'd lose his whole family and his homestead. Everything would be gone. But he would be the disgrace of his church, the disgrace of his town, the disgrace of his family. He'd be a disgrace according to his wife, who's now going to be his ex-wife, who left him for cheating on her with some freaking female slave he supposedly owned. I mean, all that's not true, but that's the type of narrative they've convinced the non-whites to believe, the blacks to believe especially, and many of our cucked whites. So later on in the future, they already have injected some of these dudes with, some white DNA, just a small enough amount that it's in their system somehow. And then later on, a year later, a couple years later, they go, oh, let's do an ancestry test on you guys, see if you got if you're all African or if you're whatever. And sure enough, instead of being 100% African, which is what all blacks are, it'll say, oh, you got like 0.01% whitey in you, and that's expected from 8 generations ago, whatever. So that's another thing they could do with it. I mean, there's really a lot of things they could do with it that we may not be aware of. Remember, they have been talking about blacks having melanin in the surface of their skin, and that it's worth a bunch of money, even though it's completely useless for every experiment they've ever tried with it. And I don't even think they've ever experimented with it at all, but that's what the blacks believe. So the thing is, though, is if that's really the case, that they want to produce that narrative eventually that melanin is worth a bunch of money, and that the government wants to do experiments with it. No, the military wants to see if it's got any kind of value for the military and all this stuff. What if it's really that white people's DNA has some kind of valuable chemical in it? You know what I mean? Something that's worth as much as gold or whatever, like how we heard in Training Day Part 2 when I took us on a tour through the hood in Training Day Part 2, which is on Rumble, at my Rumble channel, USA 110. Training Day Part 2. I took you down Melanin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. And we stopped at different blacks' houses along the way and one Wigger's house, and we learned about melanin. And we learned about all the abilities that blacks have that we don't have, that they believe they have that we don't have, because they are covered in melanin. And so, just like normal upside down backwards world, what if white people have something about their DNA that there's just some component in it, who knows what it is, that happens to be really valuable? You know, that would explain a lot of things. It would explain, it would explain abortion, getting all these dead white baby parts. And that was a big black market. I'm sure it still is, even though that's ironic that it's called the black market, but it was really white people baby parts that were being sold around everywhere probably. There's got to be something to that, I'm sure. So that's probably another, yet another thing they plan on doing with white people's DNA. Who knows? I saw someone had posted a statement, and I don't have it in the comments slideshow, but it says, and it shows a picture of a guy playing chess, and it doesn't show the guy, but it just shows the chessboard up close, and it shows a white guy's hand moving one of the pawns, and it says, in chess, white and black pieces are bitter enemies, but those who move the pieces are usually good friends. Another thing that I don't have in the slideshow that I was going to post in a community post and just haven't got around to doing it yet is the Wikipedia page about white Americans. The Wikipedia page called White Americans. That's its title. And the thing I wanted to highlight, and I have highlighted on the screenshot that I took, I'm just going to read this whole first paragraph, but I'm going to stress the last sentence of the paragraph, which is what matters the most. But here's how the whole entire article starts. White Americans, sometimes called Caucasian Americans, are Americans who identify as white people. In a more official sense, the United States Census Bureau, which collects demographic data on Americans, defines, quote, white, end quote, as, quote, a person having origins in any of the original peoples of Europe, the Middle East, or North Africa, end quote. Let me say that last part again. People who are white are people who have origins in any of the original peoples of Europe, the Middle East, and North Africa. Or it says or North Africa, but it means and. And so the rest of the article goes on talking about other things, blah, 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 about us. But the bottom line is that it admitted right here that we're the original peoples from Europe and the Middle East, that's Israel, and North Africa, that's Ethiopia. So I hadn't got around to posting that yet, but I wanted to inform you all of that you could look that up on Wikipedia under the title White Americans. I normally don't talk about white crime, but this one particular case I'm going to because it's a glaring example of how white women are given nowhere near the punishment. They're basically treated like non-whites. And that's why they use them and pit them against us with the non-whites. And so for reciprocation, the Jays do not punish them as nearly as harshly as they should when they commit heinous crimes against another white person. So there was a 32-year-old white lady, and who knows, maybe she's Jay, who stabbed her date to death. She stabbed him 100 times. And it says that she did so in a weed-induced frenzy, and she was only sentenced to 100 hours community service. The judge said she had, quote, no control over her actions because the weed caused a psychotic break in her, end quote. So, definitely sounds like J activity to me. But she could just be a regular old white girl. She does look like a white girl from the small picture they show of her. And so she stabbed a nice red-headed, either, some Celtic version of our people. He's about 20-something years old. And maybe, yeah, he looks younger than 32. So even if he was 32, that would have been about as old as he is. And they say because she got buzzed on some weed, she had a psychotic break and stabbed him 100 times. And so the judge gave her 1 community service hour for every time she stabbed him. 100 hours of community service for 100 stab wounds. He didn't do that officially, but it just so happens to be that's how the numbers work out. Jews also launched strikes on Lebanon at the beginning of the week, last week. Oh, yeah. The attorney that died at age 43, she was an attorney for Virginia, but really she was an attorney for the Yids, and she had gotten numerous Yids into our country and kept them here after they were busted for being here illegally. Through various methods. She spent many years of her career defending them in court and lobbying the government to give them citizenship, give them dual citizenship. And the little thing about it here says she spent years investigating and extraditing a defendant from Israel that pleaded guilty to recruiting and facilitating the illegal entry of Israeli citizens into the United States with fraudulent visas. So now that I reread it, it looks more like she actually went against them in this last instance. So even though she used to be a J attorney, I think she used to be an attorney who defended them and stuff, she actually spent years investigating this one particular J, and extradited him from Israel somehow, or maybe she didn't but was trying to anyway, because you shouldn't be able to. The Jays have Israel locked down where all a Yid's got to do is get flown back to Israel after he gets busted doing some Yiddy diddling or whatever, and he can't be extradited from Israel. So it says here that she spent years investigating and extraditing the guy, and he pled guilty to recruiting and facilitating the illegal entry of Israeli citizens into the United States with fraudulent visas. So that's why she got killed. Not because she was working for them and then went against them, but just the bottom line is she went against them that one time. Maybe she never worked for them. So I misunderstood it when I read the article before, I guess. So yeah, it sounds like she successfully did extradite the dude. I don't know how in the world that's possible, but somehow she did. That's the way it's worded anyway. Let's see. The Frank Lloyd Wright Monument has been demolished, or they're threatening to do so, saying that it's problematic because he was a scary R word. There was a Somali and a mud shark that got caught in a huge COVID scam. They did get convicted, though. It doesn't give me details about it. I didn't save any more of the article. I didn't screenshot any of the article. Can't give you details about it, but it's by Matt Christensen. If you want to check that video out, Matt Christensen has that video, and the title for it is "The End of a Fraud: Leaders of the Biggest COVID Scam Convicted," and it's a Somali and a mud sharkity shark. Let's see here. We got some of the quotes. Oh, yeah, Netanyahu appointed an illegal to America as the ambassador to the U.S., and so he's living here as an illegal, as the J ambassador for Isn't Real. Also, prominent J, Michael Ben Ari, he said, this is a quote of his, quote, "There are no innocents in Gaza. Don't let any diplomats who want to look good in the world endanger your lives. Mow them down," end quote. And that's what they plan on doing to you someday, too. And I have that in the slideshow, actually. But just figured I'd mention that one. I also have some other things in there. I understand that some of the things are going to be too small for you folks to read. I apologize for that. I'll have to figure out how to scale some of these pictures up to make them fit better on a 16:9 screen. You know, a lot of the screenshots are done with my phone vertical, because if I did turn the phone to landscape, the problem is it doesn't scroll far enough down, or it doesn't show far enough down the page for you to see any relevant information on one page. Even though it's a whole 16:9 picture, it'll just have like the title at the top and like a couple lines of the sentence, and that's it, and you don't really get a lot. Whereas in phone mode, you know, in portrait mode, you get like almost half, you'll get like a whole page full of information on that one thing. So if you folks can just use your control and plus button and zoom in on it to read some of the stuff, it should help you out. Oh yeah, there was a black activist group that was being paid a lot of tax dollars by. I don't remember what town it was in, but you can look it up on Actual Justice Warriors channel. The title of that one is "Black Activists Use Tax Dollars for Gang War." That was an interesting story. Also, the Jays attacked Hezbollah command center at the beginning of last week. It may have even been a week and a half ago now. Let's see here. I'm looking through some of my other stuff. Some stuff I haven't posted yet. Where was one of the others? Let's see. Yep, covered him. Covered that story. Let's see here. Still looking. And I apologize that I haven't gotten in the chat. I will, though. Here's another statement I saw somewhere. It's not really a quote, so I didn't put it in the comments, the slideshow for tonight, but it says, "Either your faith will separate you from the world, or the world will separate you from your faith." And that's a good point. Take your pick. Oh, yeah, and Trump Jr. I posted a thing in Community Post about Trump Jr. about a week ago. The dumbass, like a week ago or a week and a half ago, I don't know if he like endorsed, that's the word I'm looking for. He endorsed that freaking black Byron Donalds, or whatever his name is, to be the governor of Florida. I'm like, oh, I'm so sick of these idiots trying to put blacks over our people. There are millions of white people who live in Florida. Why would you ever want to put someone who is totally not our kind above our people, claiming to be conservatives? What is that conserving? It's not conserving the 1790 Naturalization Act. I know that for sure. So that was aggravating to see. Don Jr.'s dumb ass. I saw a picture on YouTube. I don't know who posted it, but it says it's a church sign, and you know how churches will have these clever little sayings each week, that are usually slightly humorous or just fun in general, but also kind of teaches you a lesson. Well, this sign on this church says, "Too much sugar preaching leads to truth decay." Too much sugar preaching leads to truth decay. I love that. Totally true. I read on NBC a couple of weeks ago, the House passed an anti-Semitism bill with broader bipartisan support amid campus arrests. The Anti-Semitism Awareness Act would require the Education Department to adopt the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance's definition of anti-Semitism, which means anything the Jays don't like. So there's that happened a week and a half ago or so. Another thing I've been wanting to mention, and I haven't yet, and so now that it come to my mind, I will. It shows, and what triggered me to remember to mention it was an article where supposedly Trump bought a Tesla, right? Well, remember, all the right wing are the ones who've been against EVs, knowing that the government was trying to force them down our throats, knowing that things like Event 201 that they plan on doing to us again someday, when they finally pull it for real, cut off the power here, just like they did Gaza, and attack us, just like they did Gaza and Waco. The right wing has always been against EVs. They want the freedom of gasoline-powered vehicles and diesel-powered vehicles. We don't want to be restricted to whether or not we have electricity, as to whether or not we can be mobile. And a lot of the fake right-wingers included, which are millions of our people, the bulk of our people, I would say, were against the idea of EVs, A, because the government was trying to cram them down our throat, hoping to be able to immobilize us once they cut our power. But also, the right-wingers actually like their engines. They like muscle cars. They like turbocharged engine cars. They like supercharged engine cars. They like loud pipes. They like all those things. They don't want a quiet electric car. They just don't want that. They want an actual engine-powered vehicle. And so all this time, they've been against the whole EV thing on purpose. But isn't this a fun little tactic that the Jays are doing right now, where they're attacking all of Elon's things, right? That's hope, and I know what they're doing. They're doing so in hopes of cucking the right-wingers into all going out and wanting to buy Teslas. That's what they're doing that for. Because after all, if the left hates Teslas, well, and you hate the lefties, well, then what does that make you side with? The Teslas. So, what better way to own the libs than be driving around in a Tesla? And then, by the way, if someone attacks you or vandalizes your Tesla, if they attack you, you could end up being famous on YouTube and TikTok and whatever, as long as you get footage of it. Or if they vandalize your Tesla, well, now, your Tesla will be fixed for free. Your insurance will cover it, or the government may help the insurance cover it. One way or another, it'll get taken care of. But you'll be a martyr. You'll be like this little mini martyr, where, you weren't really killed, so you're not actually a martyr, but you're at least a victim of the lefties attacking you, like you'd be part of the whole thing. Like and that's part of what the fake right-wingers want to be. They just want to be a part of something, right? And so Jays provide these manufactured scenarios for them to become a part of. So that's interesting. I did hear that Trump cut funding to Planned Parenthood. If that's really true, I'm grateful for that, and I like that. But remember, the only reason Trump would be doing so is to make sure that no blacks try to abort babies, but really only white women abort their kids. So blacks, that would be stupid for blacks to do that, so they don't do that. They make money with having kids. So because it's mostly white women who abort their kids, I'm actually glad that that's the case. But one thing that will come of it now is there will be a lot more mulattoes being born as white girls are duped into sleeping with blacks. The blacks try to knock them up the very first time they ever get to sleep with them. So, so there will be a lot of mulattoes, a lot more, because that's what a lot of the abortions are mulattoes, where the white girl gets knocked up and she don't want to get found out, by her family and by everybody else. And she doesn't want to have some fugly mongrel baby. She plans on marrying Brady, the really pretty white guy at school, that likes her and all that. So she just had a one-night thing. She got pregnant. She don't want to ruin her whole plans of her future with her pretty white guy. So she's freaking going to go abort it. And instead, if she can't do that, she's going to end up being stuck having to have this little mongrel baby. And then that's going to bust her. Her whole family will know, the dude that she was planning on being with hopefully won't be a cuck and he'll leave her, you know what I mean? And so she'll lose that too. So if it's true that he really is going to and has and definitely will execute or see to it that it's executed, that their funding is cut, that's actually a good thing. Even though we're going to have more mongrels in the country because of it, but it's still a good thing for all the white children that won't be killed. Let's see, what else? And I know there are a million other things that if I sat here long enough and thought about, I could remember to mention, but I've just been going through, what I had readily available. This I saw, I don't remember where I saw this, but it may have been on YouTube. Maybe it was on Google. But it's an article that says companies are firing Gen Z graduates months after hiring them, citing unprofessional behavior, showing up late, who's that sound like, and laziness, who's that sound like, studies show. So they're blaming that on Gen Z, right? But really, laziness, showing up for work late, not obeying the rules, all those things point to one demographic. Unprofessional behavior. Does that sound like Gen Z white kids? No. It's what have they been doing all these years? They've been diversity hiring. So now that everywhere's filled up their place with diversity hires, now you have, quote, unprofessional behavior, showing up late, and laziness. That's what you have. So, and another thing is places like Red Lobster and some of the other food joints that have been closing down like hotcakes and going bankrupt, they don't want to admit it. Same thing with like Macy's and what was it? The other one that closed down that was a big one too. They don't want to admit it, but they started diversity hiring, just a few years before they went bankrupt. And the problem is what happened to all of those places, including Red Lobster, is their new diversity hires were stealing all of their product. So all the Red Lobsters were going in the negative every month. They were just hemorrhaging money. They weren't making any profit because their employees were stealing the food, eating the food and stealing it for their house and for their neighborhood or whatever. Just like the female Boone that stole the $1.5 million worth of chicken wings, 11,000 cases of chicken wings. Here we had Red Lobster employees, whatever the other companies were that closed down, they were all diversity hires, stealing them, robbing them blind, stealing everything from them. And so all those places were just net negative every month, negative, just totally in the red every month. They couldn't make any money, so they were losing money for the shareholders and everyone. And so wouldn't you know, after just a year and a half or 2.5, 3.5 years of having non-whites stealing from you like hotcakes, they close the business, it goes bankrupt. So, and a lot of people have been duped into following the process of these certain couple 3Js that were CEOs of other companies who went to each of those companies and bankrupted them. And so a lot of people who focus on that side of things think that it was only because these couple 3Js went to each different place and bankrupted them. But that's not what happened. As each one of them went to those places, that's when the diversity hiring was imposed and enforced on the companies. And then after a year and a half or 2.5 or 3.5 years of having these diversity hires working at the companies, all their locations were robbed blind, completely robbed blind by the employees. So that's what caused the bankruptcies, not that the J came in and just said, F this company, we're going bankrupt. That isn't how it happens. It happened from all the theft. And so they even created a word to hide the fact that their own diversity hire employees are stealing from them like hotcakes. They call it shrinkage. I don't know why they decided to call it that instead of leakage or something else. Shrinkage, as if their product amount that they have to sell for the public is shrinking. It's not shrinking. It's being taken. But that's the word they created for non-white employee theft. Shrinkage. That's what they call it. So, let's see. What else have I been wanting to mention? Here's an interesting fact that someone posted. It was actually American Patriot News that posted this. It says, Biden's son, Romney's son, Pelosi's son, and John Kerry's son are all on the board of directors for energy companies doing business in the Ukraine. That's interesting. All four of them have a son on the board of directors for energy companies doing business in the Ukraine. That's interesting. Another thing I haven't posted, but I want to post, but I hadn't got around to it, is I don't know if y'all have seen, maybe you're subscribed to the guy who posted it. I don't remember who it was, but someone had posted a picture that it's like a collage of pictures that the Japanese put in their newspaper to describe to Japanese people over in Japan what the difference is between American right-wingers and American left-wingers. And on the left-wing side, it shows a guy wearing a blue shirt and a girl wearing a blue hat because Democrat colors. Everything's blue on the left and red clothing and cars and stuff on the right. And the page is divided up left and right. So on the left, you have a guy in a blue shirt, looks like a cuck, and a white girl in a blue hat griping at him, like they look like they're arguing, and the white guy has his hands up like, what did I do? Or he's like trying to defend himself. Then right below that, it shows Michael Jordan dunking over stacks of pizza, and it shows a black with music little symbols all around him while he's got his hands up, thug and rapping. It shows some other thing that I don't know what it is. And then it shows a blue EV car plugged into a charging station. It shows New York Times newspaper. It shows an Apple computer. And it shows gays holding a gay flag at a riot. And it shows a little picture of CNN doing a news report. On the right-hand side of the picture, it has a man in a suit and tie with a red tie. And he's got a very pretty blonde wearing a red dress, and they're shaking hands. So in other words, they agree, they're an agreeable couple, they get along, they're going to have a family. It shows a red bucket of fried chicken. It shows a guy wearing a red long sleeve shirt with a cowboy hat on playing an acoustic guitar. It shows a baseball batter wearing a red hat whacking a baseball with a bat. It shows a soda can of Pepsi with the red on it, of the logo. It shows a schoolhouse with a big American flag and the sun behind it, and it's a nice white picket fence. Oh, no, it's a house, not a school. It's a nice house with a white picket fence and a giant American flag sticking up. In other words, they're patriots on the right. It has a red pickup truck instead of a blue EV car. It has Wall Street Journal as the newspaper. It has Hewlett-Packard laptop as the computer. And it has a red-roofed church at the bottom. And then it shows the news channel they watch. It's a little picture of Fox News doing a report. So I don't know if y'all have seen that picture. I will post that picture in the community post in a couple days. Oh, another thing I wanted to mention is Leather Apron Club's new website. I mentioned it in the last stream. I'm going to mention it again now. SocialSentinel.net. SocialSentinel.net. You got to remember the .net. He has created a comprehensive list of all the most prominent J's that are household names among American people. So whether it's a famous singer, a famous actor, or a politician that's known in most households in America, any of them who are J's, he has in the database already. He's already entered an enormous amount of them, and he even breaks down, if you click on any particular one, it has the proof of how he already knows that they're Jewish. And so when you see them, their name in the thing, it won't just be that it's a declaration. There will be proof for every single one. And it's an interactive website. You can create a profile, and you could submit your own examples that you know of, some prominent J that isn't on the list that somehow slipped through the cracks already, and you happen to know about it and who it is. You have to also provide proof that they are Jewish, whether it's a Wikipedia page that admits it in their early life or whatever. But you have to have some sort of proof. 3 weeks ago, the Jays blocked supplies to Gaza for days in a row, hoping to starve them out. Oh, yeah. I also, in my community post the other day, I posted a thing about back in, let's see if it says when it happened. No, it doesn't say, but the article was from a while back, I think. But it says, breaking, updated, March 1st, 2025. That's the update, though, so I don't know. I think the arrest was like several years ago. Disgraced New York rabbi arrested for selling foreskins of infants on Craigslist. Rabbi Zayin is believed to have sold an estimated 5,200 foreskins since 2015, when he started selling the pieces of human skin on Craigslist and advocating their aphrodisiac qualities, as well as their miraculous cancer-curing and longevity effects. A New York rabbi known for his ultra-Orthodox stance on circumcision is facing charges stemming, no pun intended, from a number of complaints received by the New York Police Department. Rabbi Aaron Zayin was arrested last week after exchanging messages with a federal agent posting as a Craigslist user interested in purchasing, quote, fresh baby foreskins, end quote. According to the criminal complaint, he, quote, he would sell them in small bags, fried in oil with added spices and salt, like little onion rings, which seemingly made them more palatable and easier to consume, end quote, says the 40th Precinct New York police officer P.J. Hustler. That's wild. And thank you to DFIZL11 for posting that. Whoever that is. He's probably not a sub to my channel, but if he ever hears this video, thank you for posting that. somehow that slipped past us. I think it was in 2022 when he was arrested. So that's 3 years ago, and somehow it slipped right by us. I never saw the internet blow up about it. Let's see. A statement here that I read. I don't know how accurate it is, but I'm sure it's close. It says the United States government spent $300 million of your tax dollars every day for 20 years on the war in Afghanistan. $300 million per day for 20 years. That's crazy. Let's see. I mentioned the black cannibal guy earlier that was released. He did 12 years in prison, and now they've released him under supervision. He was caught eating his victim's brain, I guess 12 years ago. Let me go in here and check the chat. Let me do that real quick. I'll let that sit. Go in here and have a look. I'm sorry I haven't been checking the chat. That's my fault. Let's check it. Okay. Looks like nobody's really chatting tonight. So that's all right, though. I realize I start late. Hyperborean Hyena 88 is here, though, and he said, hey, what's up, big dogs? Hello to you, and God bless you, sir. And Gaius Marius has stopped in. Hello. And he said, hey, State White, I can actually stick around for a bit this time. Well, good. God bless you. I'm glad you have a little time to hang out. And he said to pause for pot, I play WT, have since 2013. We should play sometime. That's something I don't know about because I don't know anything about games, but yeah, so hello to both of you. God bless you both. Happy Sabbath to both of you. And I've just been kind of going through some of my things. I guess you've probably already been here for a while. The stuff was probably posted a while ago, but just been going through some of the screenshots I've had. I'm using them as notes since I didn't get to actually make any notes today. All right. Got that checked on. At least I haven't been ignoring anyone for too long there. And, even though it's going on this week, each story we don't get a whole lot of info about, So really it was me wanting to just, this week I just wanted to just blast through a bunch of them in case you hadn't heard of one of them. And that way, if you were interested, you could look it up for yourself. The teachers union has sued over the diversity programs being banned. I think that was about 2.5 weeks ago. Let me check when that was. Yeah, February 27th. That was about a month ago. The WEF, the WEF, the you-know-who's, February 27th, they demand a ban on homegrown food to stop global warming. So now they're demanding that you don't even grow food at your house, which we knew that was coming eventually. But now they're making it official that that's their position. Also, I don't remember if I posted this or not. I don't think I did. But this black dude, Charles Wideneck McDowell, has been arrested again in Georgia. This time he's accused of sending naked images to a minor. How much you want to bet that minor is a white girl? Let's see. And I saw a meme one day. I guess I'll read that one out real quick. It says, we live in a time when intelligent people are being silenced so that stupid people won't be offended. And I've read that before, but I just happened to see it again one day and it was refreshed in my memory. Let's see. I covered that already. Let me move on. This is a nice quote, and it's probably in my slideshow, but just in case it isn't. This is a quote from Dr. Havner, who died in 1986, a nice white man of ours. He said, quote, "The devil is not fighting religion. He's too smart for that. He is producing a counterfeit Christianity." Does that sound familiar? So much like the real one that good Christians are afraid to speak out against it. End quote. That's exactly what we have right now. What he's talking about is the oxymoronic Judeo-Christianity. The Zionist-supporting fake Christians. The fake Christianity that openly forgives a black who still hasn't even finished laughing about murdering your child the day before. Let's see. I covered that. I found an article that says, and it had a black guy and a white girl together on it, of course, in the picture. But it says 1.5 million Britons are still hunting for a job. Gotta wonder how many of those are white, though. But nowadays they have been getting rid of whites like hotcakes from places, so it very well could be that it's a lot of them are whites, you know. But I imagine that 1.5 million are all the new arrivals, all the new non-white arrivals. That would be my guess. And I hope y'all are getting some decent screenshots tonight of some of the things you see on the screen for your study later in the future on your own time. Let's see here. There was also, and I don't know what town it was in, but somewhere in America, and you can find it on the channel Crime Time Cam channel. The title is "Insane Couple Tries to Gun Down Repo Man for Towing Their Maserati," and it's a black and a mud shark. There was a black in, February 13th, who was arrested in New York City, Spiderhead type. He was arrested for killing an elderly roommate. In other words, he probably like moved in with some old white lady, said, I need somewhere to stay. And really they just make it sound like he was the lady's roommate, but he probably just was staying there temporarily. But he killed the elderly person and dismembered the elderly person and put them in a suitcase. So he was busted and arrested. Don't know what's come of it, though. Here's another article from February 13th that I found somewhere that I hadn't got around to letting anyone know about. And this is from the Associated Press. On Monday, 84 Congolese soldiers are accused of murder, rape, and other crimes in the country's East went on trial. Oh, I get it now. On Monday, 84 Congolese soldiers accused of murder, rape, and other crimes in the country's East went on trial in the city of Bukavu. The city is under the control of government forces, but the rebel offensive has inched closer to it recently. Congo's health minister, Roger Kamba, meanwhile, said 143 patients who were being treated for monkeypox fled from Goma's hospital as the rebels pushed into the city. Some were found or came back on their own, but 110 have not returned. The minister said the city has also recorded nearly 100 cases of cholera since the rebel offensive started. Goma is now fully under rebel control. Kamba added that Congolese authorities, with the help of aid groups, were able to send vaccines, oh boy, those are probably real ones though for the non-whites, medical supplies, and medicine to Goma through a humanitarian corridor, guess who owns that, via neighboring Kenya and Rwanda. He did not provide details, of course, because that would be the Jays. You don't want to tell about them. On Thursday, Congolese musician Delcat Edingo was killed in Goma in what authorities describe as an assassination. Can't really assassinate blacks, but Congo's government spokesperson Patrick Muyaya blamed his death on, quote, Rwanda and its accomplices, end quote. The Associated Press was not able to independently verify it skips a part. When I took the screenshots, I must have skipped a part. But then it says, of those 170 of... yeah, they definitely have a diversity hire doing this, who did this article, because I'm reading it as it's written. Of those, 170 of those treated were children, she added. Armed men perpetrated the rapes, but it was unclear what specific armed group or army they belonged to, Gutcher said, which is some other person that's being interviewed. Quote, it is suspected that all parties to the conflict committed sexual violence, end quote, she added. So that means all parties in the conflict. That means both sides were raping and murdering whoever, innocent people. The Rwanda-backed M23 rebels, there's your 2-3, so M33. The Rwanda-backed M23 rebels. Oh, 23andMe, that would be 23M. Now that I just think about it. Are the most prominent among more than 100 armed groups vying for control of Congo's mineral-rich east in a decades-long conflict that has created one of the world's largest humanitarian crises. In late January, the rebels captured Goma, the region's largest city, in a major escalation of the fighting. Last week, the United Nations Human Rights Council launched a commission that will investigate the atrocities, including rapes and killings akin to, quote, summary executions committed by both the Congolese army and the M23 rebels in the region since the beginning of this year. Wow. Crazy stuff. And, of course, I could go into more detail about that one, but it doesn't matter. It's over there. But it just goes to show that that's, you know, they're already akin to doing this type of behavior. Mass slaughter, mass rape. Both sides are doing it, and they say all parties are involved. Basically, every soldier is involved. So for the Associated Press to admit all of that about their treasured imports really says a lot, you know. And that's why they bring them here by the millions and have been for 300 years because, well, it's been 400 years now, but, you know, 400 years ago they started bringing them here, and they brought them here with the intended purpose of freeing them after owning them here for a while. And then they knew 300 years in the future, like I mentioned early on in the stream, that they would blame white people in the future for being the ones who owned the blacks. That way they could enrage the blacks against the white people and cause the blacks to apartheid us. And that is their plan. Oh, yeah, also back February 13th, R. Kelly tried to get his conviction either overturned or brought back to appeals for a lesser sentencing, and the judge denied it. and upheld his 30-year prison term. So that was nice to see. I don't know if I posted that in the community post back when that happened. And I think that's the bulk of the things I had been wanting to talk about for the last month that I haven't been able to. Or not that I haven't been able to, but just I had forgotten to mention the streams, Let's see. Are there any others I forgot about? Oh, yeah. Also in February, it was February 10th when he was caught. There was a 13-year-old black running around in Oakland County, California, and he was invading homes and attacking young girls who were in the houses. So he would stalk houses, find houses where he saw young girls come home from school and go inside the house, knowing the man's not home, knowing just the mom and the young girls are home, or knowing that young girls are just home alone. This dude's only 13, and he was breaking in their houses, home invasion while they're there, and raping them. But at least he was busted. He did get caught. Don't know what's going to happen to him. It's just the arrest that I know about. But hopefully he will get a nice long conviction. I'd prefer all of these idiots get the death penalty. That's what all of them are supposed to get. But all we can at least hope for now is long sentences until we finally get them on the death row. And I say that all these ones that are in prison right now for heinous crimes, I say that we should, if once we take our country back, whatever ones of them are in prison for heinous crimes against our people, they're all going to be put to death. Every one of them. There's going to be no deportation of anyone who's in prison for heinous crimes. They're all getting capital punishment. Day one when we take our country back. That's part of the restoration of our country. It'll open up all of our jails to hundreds of thousands. Literally, we have hundreds of thousands of murderers who are blacks and other non-whites in our jails and prisons right now. And so eliminating those hundreds of thousands of heinous criminals who've already murdered more than one white person or more. All gone. Boom. And the rapists, all the ones who've raped white girls, all the non-whites who've ever raped a white girl. Death penalty. Boom. Capital punishment. No questions asked. Hands down. No dispute. There needs to be no legislation, no extra trials, no nothing. Just you're already in prison for doing it because you're definitely you're going to the chair. That's it. You're going to ride the lightning. And and so what that would do is that would open up an enormous amount of space in our jails and prisons again. And then as we slowly get rid of all the non-whites, get them all out of the country, all those prisons will become half empty, more than half. They'll become 85% empty. Each jail is only about 15% white people, if that, in some of the jails. Some of the jails, it's probably only 5% white people. So imagine 90% or more of the jail space and prison space being completely freed up, like just empty. Like each prisoner is going to have like a 50-person room all to themselves. That's how much space it would open up, And think of all those hundreds of thousands that we're paying for breakfast, lunch, dinner, air conditioning in the summer, heat in the winter. Oh, their teeth are perfect because they get dental all on our dime. So we'll definitely be doing that day one when we take our country back. All the heinous criminals in jail for raping or killing white people are dead meat. Especially the day I take over. If I'm ever given control of the country, that will happen day one. There won't be no week or 2 or 4. No appeals court. You're already in here for it. You're going down. That's it. You're going to switch your conviction from, you've already done 30 years. Good. You're about to your 30 years is about to be over. You were supposed to do the rest of your life. You had another 20 to go. Too bad. Going down. And I think that's all of them. And of course, there are a million other stories, but those were the main ones. There was one other one around that same time where a black was arrested for forcibly kissing 11-year-old girls that he would walk up to in Harlem. I'm sure those were all white girls, too. Even though it's Harlem, there are plenty of white girls in Harlem. As weird as that sounds. Because why would he want to walk around and try to kiss a little black girl? I mean, nobody would want to do that. Even blacks. So, there was a black middle school teacher in Inglewood, go figure, who was arrested for murder and sexual assault. There was also a black female teacher at Hugo Middle School. I don't know where that is, but if you could look it up, I guess. Oh, Hugo, Oklahoma. So in Hugo, Oklahoma, a middle school teacher, a black female, was charged with child abuse. She turned herself in. 2 felony counts of it. Amazing that she turned herself in, though. This is a quote that I did not have in the slideshow, but I want to read it. It's from some dude named well, it says her name is Mel, and then at Village Crazy Lady. And it's talking about Blumph doing the whole, destroying Gaza on behalf of the Yiddy Diddlers. And she put, "Is this a joke? Since when did it become America's job to clean up Israel's mess? Did Donald Trump just offer our military up to be the IDF's bitch service? Is this even real life right now? I've never been so disgusted and pissed off." Well, I hear you, lady. And even if you're a leftist anti-Trumper or whatever, I don't care. I agree with you on that because we have no business being over there blowing up Palestine to give to Jays. That's ridiculous and stupid and idiotic in every way. And so I totally agree that that's disgusting and pathetic and ridiculous and insane and psychotic that we're allowing that. Another one at that same time that happened, a black dude named Kyra Jones. He's charged with murder. He was arrested in Kentucky. He shot someone to death in Huntsville back in November, but he was finally caught in February. Also, there was a black that had a 19-year-old white girl trapped as a prisoner in his home. He had her chained inside a cage, and he would just rape her and beat her all he wanted. And there were actually, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There were 6 black dudes that had her imprisoned in their place. And were, she was a prisoner and was their sex prisoner. Let's see what else. And that's about all of it, even though I keep saying that and then reading another one. Yeah, gosh, there's so many I could keep going, but that would be going further and further back in time. So going back just to mid-February, that's all the things I've rattled off in the last however long it's been, an hour and a half or something. All these things I've been mentioning of articles and stuff have all happened from today just back to mid-February. So that's wild. And let me check my time here and everything. Wasn't going to do an overnighter tonight. I have some things I'd like to do tomorrow on Sabbath, so my plan was to only run several hours tonight and then shut her down. But I'm still going to stay on for here for a little bit. Let's see what we have here. Ashley has shown up. Hello, Ashley. God bless you and happy Sabbath to you. And she said, hopefully prison justice. Yeah, okay, that was a little bit ago when I was mentioning that. And yes, I agree. And she said there were reasons for lynching back in the day. Exactly right, dear. And that's exactly what why our white people did that. It wasn't just gangs of meanie white guys walking around. We were pissed off because some white girl of ours had just been raped and killed. And we served justice back then as appropriate. And Ashley also said, we need to have more white babies. I agree. If I was wealthy, I would have more starting tomorrow. If I was wealthy enough to do so, but I already spent, a long time raising kids, and now I'm, and it's expensive. And so now I'm just cheering on others, the generations after me, to do so. But if I was swimming in a lot of money, these days you got to basically, as a white person, you got to be able to homeschool. So that means you got to be able to provide the whole thing yourself, which is doable if you make good money. But also you got to have a woman who's down to be a homeschooling mom. You know what I mean? It's not easy to homeschool a child if your woman, the mother of your child, isn't into being a homeschool mom, because that basically means she has to be the teacher. And some women just, for whatever reason, are not all that keen on doing it. So, it takes a good woman at your side who's willing to do those things for you, your family, your kids, her kids, and then, that puts all of the financial burden on you only. And so you've got to be able to maintain, a good place to work that won't fire you to replace you with a freaking Mexican or whatever, or a black. And there's just, there's a lot going against our white people right now. So it's I was going to say it's very tempting, but really it's beyond very tempting. It's what white guys do now. By default, white guys try not to have, kids with anybody. A lot of white guys are like that now because they're afraid of, the woman leaving them, and then now they're on child support for the rest of their life, or, and some of the white guys, bless their heart, paid child support for years and years of their life only to find out 10 or 15 years later that the kid wasn't theirs. They do a DNA test, and even though I'm not a 100% believer in DNA tests, but there is something about it accurate that can at least identify, whether someone's your parent or not. And a lot of times they find out they're not the dad after they've already been paying 10, 12, 15 years for a kid. And then guess what? The stupid J system is so rigged against white men that they'll shrug their shoulders at it and go, oh, well, no arresting the mom, putting her in jail for fraud, or no civil action where she owes all the money back to the guy, plus pain and suffering and punitive damage amount, and all that. No. Instead, they just shrug their shoulders, and not only that, it's worse than that. They tell them, too bad, mofugger, you got to keep paying. It doesn't matter that it's not your kid, because you already been paying for this kid for 12, 15 years. Can't abandon them now. So in other words, it's like you found a puppy, and you took care of it, and then they're treating you like you wanted to drive back to where you found it and drop it back off on the road and abandon it. That's how they try to treat you, as far as their excuse of not taking away your child support. And it's like, or taking it off of you, And, they'll actually make these dudes continue to pay for a kid that's not even theirs, proven in everything according to the law. They proved it to their own selves with their own DNA test that they accept that it's not that dude's kid. And he still ends up having to continue paying for the kid all the way till they're 18 or whatever. That's ridiculous, wild bullshit. You know what I mean? And not only that, I mean, we have, not only do you have the law where they have the women where they can just sign their name one time on one piece of paper and then that dude's screwed forever financially, but also, we have all these social media sites now where women, when they're chilling around the house, if you're the sole provider, she's sitting around the house bored if y'all don't have kids yet. And they have all these social media sites now that non-whites are using to try to hit on white girls. And it isn't like Facebook and all that. These are actual dating, like they're not even dating sites. They're hookup sites. They're like literally like what you call it? Yeah, just hookup sites, like sex dating sites, and a lot of dudes, girls are on that. A lot of white girls are on those, and non-whites are just carefree, hitting them up like hotcakes all the time, sending them pictures of their junk and all this shit, and trying to get white girls from our people, So you have that on top of the white man has a hard time getting a job right now because of the DEI practices that have been going on. And even though they've supposedly done away with it, that doesn't mean anything because, like I said before, a long time ago on other streams multiple times, diversity hiring has been going on since the 1960s. It's been happening since the 1960s. So it's not a new phenomenon just because they gave it this modern name most recently. That doesn't mean that the practice itself, the process, the whole procedure of it, it's already been happening since the 1960s. And they just ramped it up more and more and more every year. It was affirmative action, but for work, for businesses, for employment. And so it was that way all through the 70s, all through the 80s. The difference is back then the blacks were kind of still staying in their own neighborhoods. And the only blacks we ever saw back then were on TV. Sammy Davis Jr., Richard Pryor, Prince, or whatever. But that was it. There was literally, like, you could count the blacks you'd ever heard of on two hands. You could count all of them. Michael Jackson, Prince, Jimi Hendrix, Bob Cosby, Bill Cosby, I meant, Sanford and Son, the Jeffersons. There was only a few, and they were all on TV, and you never saw any in real life. The only way you even saw blacks was, as a white person in the 80s, was if you went to the black part of town. That's the only way you could see one in person. And white people just didn't do that. It's not like we purposely avoided their area because we were afraid of it. We just knew that part of town was irrelevant for us because it was theirs. So there was nothing there for us to want to bother going and seeing or doing. And so white people just avoided their areas, not just because they're bad areas, and it was called the bad side of town and everything, but because we simply had no reason to go over there for anything. What are we going to go over there and do in the ghetto, So, but nowadays, what that did is that kept blacks very isolated from us. So it was a rare exception to ever see a black on TV because they just never came around the white people areas to ever end up being on TV. It just wasn't a thing. That's why you watch episodes of TV, game shows, whatever, back in the 60s, 70s, 80s. We had blacks in the crowd, but only one here and there as our token speckled ones in the group, And about the only other thing that was like a mass group of blacks, you could say, would have been like Soul Train. That would have been like the only other thing. But even that was just a small stage, studio stage thing. And they would bring specific blacks in, from wherever, all over the state or whatever, to collect enough of them in one that they could decorate up in white people clothes and that get along nicely around white people and didn't attack them the first, 2 hours they're around them, or first opportunity that comes along. And so they could find some back then that would behave long enough to shoot some Soul Train freaking videos, episodes, whatever. And so that is how you saw blacks. You saw blacks on TV, and that's about it. Mutual of Omaha, maybe, or National Geographic, I meant to say. That was like the only other place you'd see them. And even when you watched, basketball and all that, it was still a lot of white people back then. But by mid-'80s, they had basically cucked it all the way to blacks. So it was really only the late 70s and early 80s where we still had quite a few white people in our football teams. And basketball teams by then had already been cucked over to the blacks. We were basically down to Larry Bird and like one other guy by the early 80s, So, I mean, this has already been going on, especially in sports, since the 60s. And so diversity hiring is not a new phenomenon. Just because they named it DEI a few years ago, that doesn't mean anything. So when they do away with the name and the whole position of it, officially, supposedly, yeah, on the surface, it does appear to be that way. But these companies will just continue doing it anyway. The Jays own them or boss them around, so they're still going to do it. They're just going to do it in an unspoke about way instead of, remember, it's always just like the left versus the right. The left openly champion and celebrate destroying white people as they're doing so with our government and our laws and all this, while the Republicans go along with it, but they just don't brag about it, and they go a little slower at doing it. They only take a little bit of freedom from Whitey at a time, not a whole bunch at once, and they don't laugh at Whitey as they do it. They pretend that they're not doing it, and that they're even fighting against it, even though they voted for it. So they're like a different thing, They're the conservative side. They're more like liars. The left are open enemies. They just tell us, "Hey, we hate you, F you. We can't wait till all you are dead." Whereas the fake right pretends they're on your side. And so that makes you drop your guard. And so the Jays figured this out long ago to be the controlled opposition, to create controlled opposition. They said, man, we need to lead whatever opposition is against us. We need to be there pretending that we're against us so that we can control and moderate and throttle how they behave against us, And let's see. Just looking around, see if I had any other things. Somebody had posted this on YouTube, and it's not in the slideshow, so I'll read it. It's got the little dinosaur that's deep thinking, and it says, how many countries tax their citizens and send money to the United States? Which is what we're doing, taxing our people and sending it to everywhere else. How many non-white countries tax their country citizens and then send it to us? 0. Let's see. What else? Here's one that I don't think is in the. This is a comment by a person named Joyce, but it looks like a dude, and it says, "Quote: Diversity isn't your strength. It lowers your wages, marginalizes your culture, increases your crime, fills your hospitals, occupies your housing, ruins your schools, consumes your taxes, tightens your laws, restricts your freedoms, endangers your children, and calls you racist. End quote. That's a nice one there. I should have had that in the slideshow. Maybe it is, and I don't remember, but I don't think it is. So that's a good one. What else? Any other stories that I skipped past here? I don't think so. I think that's all of them. There's another one that is not in the slideshow because it's not a quote from any particular person, but it's a meme that someone made, and it's not even a meme, it's just a statement. It's got a picture of Obama on it, and it says, "Keep in mind, the left voted to fine American citizens for not buying insurance, and then conspired to give insurance to all the illegal aliens for free." And that's really true. Let's see if I have skipped anything else. Okay, looks pretty good. Think I have covered most of the stuff that I was hoping to cover. Here's another one. It's I'm just going to go through some memes that are not in the slideshow because they're not really, they are memes because they're using a picture from the memes pictures, but they're just statements, you know. And so this one's got like the Maggie Simpson standing at the front of the class complaining picture, and it says, "You can't control the drilling, shipping, storing, refining, buying, selling, trading, and taxing of oil, and then say that you don't control oil prices." That's totally true. Oh, yeah, there was a Mexican that was arrested back in December of 2024. It's just several months ago. Some big old Mexican dude. He had a dismembered body in his house. I forgot to ever post that. Somehow I skipped on by it and never posted it in the community posts. Let's see here. And I'm sure all of you have seen this multiple times in the comment section on videos, or you may have seen some meme going around that does say it, but it says, and this is talking about the, multi-gender garbage, imaginary crap, and it says, "If genitals don't define gender, how does removing them affirm it?" That's a nice, good point. Yeah, this is another one I saw one day. This is a good one. It says, "So the government can locate, or the government can't locate illegals for deportation, but they can find them to give them money?" Very good point. Another one I saw one day says, "My body is a temple, therefore I am a church and exempt from paying taxes." Another one I saw a long time ago, and this is about the Trump vax. It says, "Remember, if someone dies suddenly, it's not appropriate to ask their vaccine status. that information was only relevant for getting into restaurants, pubs, gyms, and keeping your job. Another one I read said, if you can get someone fired for expressing their opinion, then you're not oppressed. You're the oppressor. Another one I thought was funny back during the election. This one was during the election. And it's got the same NPCs saying two different things, but it shows them all in a group in the top of the picture, and then it shows the same group in the bottom picture saying two different things. The first thing they say is the economy is doing great under Biden. And the next thing they say is Kamala is going to fix the economy. Some other funny ones I saw, and these were not on YouTube or anywhere. These are somewhere online I found. They're just like the same thing like churches have, where they put their little funny message on the church sign, try to woo you in or make you think as you drive by or whatever. But this is not at a church. This is just some sign where you can put whatever message you want somewhere else, like the church ones. And it says, being in debt attracts a lot of interest from bankers. Another one says, inspecting mirrors is a job I could really see myself doing. Those are two cute ones I thought were all right. Saw another meme one time that said, we are no longer accepting things we cannot change. It is now time to change the things we cannot accept. I agree with that wholeheartedly. Here's what white man Justin Martyr said back in the 1500s. Quote, Christ is our king and Christianity is our race, which you knew once as Israel. End quote. That's Justin Martyr. And I don't think that's in the slideshow. All right. I don't know where I saw this one, but it says, cops are like a box of chocolates. They'll kill your dog. Another meme I saw one time I thought was pretty good is this duck is asking a drag queen, how come you never read books at nursing homes or to the homeless or to the sick and needy? Why is it always only to little kids? That's a pretty funny one, but I'm not going to mention that one. Yeah, there's one meme I saved a long time ago. It says it's like a hand holding up an astrology thing to a white guy, and he's got his hand up denying it. It says, "No thanks, none for me. I take complete responsibility for my shitty behavior." Another meme I saw that says, the people who are $36 trillion in debt are giving you a credit score. I'm just scrolling through some ones here to see what I never posted. Another one I saw. This one actually was on YouTube. It says, "When I was young, I was poor, but after years of hard work, I am no longer young." Man, that's pretty funny. Yeah, I mentioned this last stream, but now I'm actually looking at it. There's an art display somewhere where I don't remember where it was, but it has an old phone sitting on top of it, an old rotary phone. And it says, when the phone was tied with a wire, humans were free. Here's one I saved a long time ago. It says, liberalism is a religion of self-hatred. It teaches white people to hate their race, boys to hate their sex, women to hate their femininity, Americans to hate their country, Westerners to hate their history. What a loathsome, poisonous thing it is. Another meme I saw says, want to make everything electric? Start with the border fence. There's another good one. It says, you'll fight for toilet paper, but not for your freedom. Another one says, don't ask why I need an AR 15. Ask why an IRS agent needs one. This one says, all my life I've been told that taxes are the price we pay to live in a civilized society. I want my money back. This is a good one about non-whites. It says, please don't feed the bears. It creates a dependent population unable to take care of themselves. Here's a quote that I don't have in the slideshow. This is from Big Mike Obama. Quote, someone is going to have to give up a piece of their pie so that someone else can have more. End quote. That means you're going to have to give up some of what you got so that someone else who don't have what you got can have more of what you got. Here's one that says, teach a man to fish, you feed him for a day. Deport a man, and you never have to feed him again. Here's another one that says, why is the government running out of money for Social Security, but not running out of money for welfare, illegals, and free tuition? All right. Yeah, I think I've made it through the list of news tidbits I wanted to mention. So that's good. Got through those. All right, good. I've been having, so much trouble trying to remember all the different things because so many things happen in between streams. And I want to mention them and really just to make everyone aware of all the things that happen that I can point out. And if, people know about some that I don't, they have an opportunity to chime in with them also. Let me get back to the chat here. Ashley had said some things. Apologize for your wait, dear. I'll go ahead and get to those. And she said, and it hurts the kid as well, being caught in the middle of all that. I'm proud to say that I've never downloaded any of those apps. I think they're filthy. Yeah, those apps are awful. She said this year was the first year in 5 years new jobs have gone to, quote, native-born workers, end quote. The past 5 years, literally all new jobs have gone to foreign-born workers. Not only that, native-born workers went down like 900,000. So those were the ones that trained the foreign replacements. Let's see. Ashley said, I like Joyce. He has a lot of good opinions. She also said, my friend told me all of the foreigners at his job are all gone. And they were the ones from Haiti, Nicaragua, Cuba. He's thrilled. Well, I hope that's really happening. I hope that's really the case. When I go places like Walmart or things like that, they're just filled with non-whites walking around without a care in the world. So that's why, I had mentioned in other streams that I would believe it once I see it, but not until then, because we've heard a bunch of things, and another thing is, like I had touched on earlier, maybe perhaps before you had joined in, but I had mentioned earlier that conservatives get all excited when they see that a non-white has been arrested. And then they don't follow through any further with it. They just celebrate that justice is going to come. He's been arrested. And they just leave it at that, right? Well, the problem is they'll arrest them and wait till all the, media hype simmers down until white people aren't paying attention anymore to that case. And then they'll just free them. They'll just let them out. And so the same thing applies to the illegals, as the normies call them, all the non-white invaders. When they supposedly arrest them and they're for deportation, That doesn't mean they're going to get deported. That just means they've been arrested to be deported. But many of the ones who've been arrested, I would say 90% of them or more, 95%, maybe higher than 95% of them, are not actually deported. They're just kept in a jail or a holding center somewhere, and they end up releasing them a while later. The same thing they do with the Nogs. They arrest them as though they're going to be deported, and then they don't end up being deported. But I hope that people are truly seeing a vanishing of non-whites because of all the things that are going on. That would be great. That would be awesome. I really hope that's the case. And I have just not personally seen it myself. Anywhere I go, non-whites are everywhere, just living it up like they always do, as though Biden is still in office. They're still getting all their money. They're out buying expensive crap all over the place. In fact, any stoplight you pull up to, I challenge you, any stoplight you pull up to, have a look around at the stoplight around you. Notice that all blacks are in brand new vehicles now. All right. For those of you who don't know, who aren't old enough, no blacks even had a car in the 1980s. Like, there was only maybe 2,000 blacks in the whole country that had a car in the 1980s. And then in the 90s, you know, it increased only a little bit, so only some blacks had cars in the 90s. A lot more, though, but it was still a small percentage compared to the total of blacks. But it was still a big jump, so it seemed like a lot more blacks in the 90s had cars, which was the case. And it just increased more and more every year from the 80s, you know. But now, if you look around, not only do they have cars, they should have piece of shit cars, though. They shouldn't have brand new 2025 model Lexus SUVs that cost $90,000 and the stupid female Boone works 20 hours a week at Popeyes. All right, she can't afford that car. How does she have it? You pay for it. That's how she has it. How does every random black have a brand new Hellcat? Because during the lockdown, they created free grants to blacks just to give them thousands of dollars. And all they had to do was request how much they wanted, 10 grand, 20 grand, 30 grand, 11 grand, whatever. And they were given it. And they were making up ridiculous names like Hellcat LLC or Where's My Money LLC, all this stupid crap. Obviously fake businesses. And they gave them the money under the guise that those were small business loans that were automatically pre-forgiven. In other words, they were just a grant. They were just giving white people's money away by the tens of thousands to each individual nog. So that was going on all through that time. But you know, they've been paying the female blacks, I don't remember how much per week per kid, but you know, the female blacks get paid. The more boons they produce, the more money they make. So there's no telling how much money they've been making on all that. And so you compound that with the free money they gave them during the lockdown. And then you compound that with the DEI jobs they've been giving them. And by the way, DEI jobs are not lower paying jobs. All right, like you hear all the conservatives talk about, oh, they just want to do DEI hiring because it saves them money. They hire, you know, unskilled workers to bring the cost of labor down. Well, it doesn't cost them less in labor to replace you with a non-white because they aren't even doing it for lower cost. They pay the non-white who's completely green, hasn't been at the job 20 years like you have, has zero experience while you have 20 years of experience. They'll fire you from your $35 an hour job, and they'll hire Jorge or Tyrone and put him in your spot. Completely green, doesn't know one thing about your job, and they'll pay him the same $35 an hour. Sound unbelievable? Sound absurd? It's totally true. That's exactly what they do. Because that's a further insult to white people to pay the fresh off the boat non-white, or any non-white for that matter, who knows nothing about your job, the same money starting off that you had to spend 20 years earning your way up to. And I mentioned this in other streams. I'll mention it again. The purpose behind all of this is their plan is to do role reversal. That's the J's plan. In the 80s and 90s, while you sat in your car at the stoplight with the AC going, the windows up, you're comfortable on the scalding hot day that's super sunny out, all the blacks were sitting there looking at you at the bus stop, sitting at the bus stop, sweating up a storm, waiting on the bus. The Jays want the roles reversed, where you are the one sitting at the bus stop in the hot sun, sweating your butt off, while all the blacks are sitting there dressed up, decorated up in white people clothes, sitting in their brand new, they drive Maseratis now. They drive Range Rovers now. They're not driving like Chevy Malibus anymore like they used to have to drive. And they don't have to drive 25-year-old cars anymore just to be able to afford one. Now they're driving brand new luxury vehicles. That's what they drive now. They drive luxury vehicles, brand new ones, things that cost $80,000 to $100,000. And meanwhile, the Boone only works 20 hours a week at the dollar store or whatever, or she has a really high-paying job as a DEI captain or chief or whatever all names they gave them at some corporation. And I don't know if you know about that, but each corporation was paying a DEI, a non-white titled a DEI, either chief or a top executive or senior official. They have all these different titles that they would give them. They would pay these Boones like $350,000 a year, y'all, to be just, and their only job was to get white people fired and hire more non-whites. As crazy as all that sounds. It's totally true. Every major corporation, I don't care what name you pick, if it's a household name, major corporation, they have for several years now, have had a DEI captain. That's what a lot of them are called, as captains. And that one particular non-white, always a black, pretty much always, usually female too. They pay them like $350,000 a year, and some of them got paid $750,000 a year from the big name ones like Anheuser-Busch or whatever big names like that. Miss Loyal White Knight is here. Hello, dear. God bless to you and happy Sabbath to you on this glorious Sabbath evening. And she said, "Hey, stay white, and to all fellow great whites. I had a weird day, so I have a big Confederate flag on the back of my truck." Well, God bless you. That's awesome. I happen to be a Confederate myself. Well, then I got off work. Some mongrels threw eggs at my truck. Oh, wow. Sorry about that. Well, that's what's going to happen when if you flaunt any kind of pro-white anything, you're going to be attacked. And this is why, and I'll continue on reading your comments in a moment, but just to interject, this is why I tell our ladies, don't concern yourselves as much with being on the offense. Y'all have it hard enough in our country with us forcing y'all to live in an alligator pit right now. So you're already in absolute jeopardy, absolute danger all the time when you leave your house. And even if you're in your house when non-whites know that you live there, you're always in a state of danger, especially out in the wild. And so it's best for our ladies to attract as little attention as possible, if none would be ideal, so that, y'all can stay safe. It's our men who need to be on the offense. We, as a white people collectively, our men are still way too far cucked, of people like us who are actually based. For every one of us, there are 300 of our white guys who are still cucked in one way or another, either fully cucked, partially cucked, still mostly cucked. I mean, there's all these different levels, but You got the sports ball player white guys. They're all cucked about blacks. Weightlifter guys. These are like guys that would really be helpful for us. Big, strong, lift weights all the time, mega dudes and stuff. They're all cucked about blacks. The fighters, the boxers, the weightlifters, the football players, basketball players. Um, so, you can just remove all of them from our gene pool that's going to help us. They're not going to be on our side helping. Um, you have all the leftist guys, the beret wearing, lives in the city but dresses like a lumberjack from the 70s, hipsters and stuff. None of those cats are ever going to help us. They could be slaughtered by blacks, and while they're being killed, they'll still be saying, "I'm not racist, I'm on your side, guys," as they take their last breath. All while the blacks are sitting there live streaming in their face, pointing the phone at their face, live streaming them die, laughing at them. So we're never going to win those dudes over. Don't matter if they get jumped, beat, anything. They'll still never, because remember, their ego won't let them admit that they were wrong all along. And that's the same problem the conservatives have about the Jews and blacks. They don't want to admit that they've been cucked and been wrong this whole time and been actually working against themselves and their own children and their own grandchildren and their own wife and their own everybody they care about all this time, all along. So just like the left, their ego is not going to let them admit, that they have made a grave mistake. And it's unfortunate, but that's just the way it is. And so let me get back into the chat here and see what else she said. Just go back up here real quick. Okay. Miss Loyal White Knight said, "I called the police and they ran the cameras back, and there were 2 black kids and 2 mongrels all throwing eggs at my truck. The police found them and arrested them." Wow. Congratulations, dear. That's amazing. And hard to believe nowadays with all the cuckery, that we have to put up with our cops and stuff nowadays. That's very impressive that they actually did arrest them. That's great news. Happy Sabbath to you for that. And scrolling down, she said, "Come to find out they had drug and gun charges and also armed robbery charges. Thank God the cops found them. It was 2 white cops, a woman, and a man that helped me." Well, that's, what's funny is maybe it was like, maybe it was God using your flag to get them busted, But I still say it's very dangerous for you to do something like that. I mean, you're putting a huge F you to all the non-whites out there by putting a flag of that on your truck. Even a little one would be, they'll notice it. They've got radar for that. Anything pro-white, the non-whites have absolute radar for it. And so just being concerned for your safety and your kids' safety, that's the only reason I'm, if you were a guy and didn't have kids and the whole thing, I'd be like, yeah, man, good for you, bro. Be out there and you should drive up and down the hood and do it. But even that would be a stupid suggestion because that would get the guy, shot at or something. So I realize it's frustrating for you ladies. Y'all want to do something to help. And it's not your fault, though. It's not your burden. It is your burden along with ours, but it's not your responsibility. It's our men's responsibility to protect you. And so it's our responsibility to uncuck enough of our men to demand that we remove the non-whites from our country. They just are not supposed to be here, bottom line. And it is up to our men to do it. And so, for the ladies, for y'all to do things to put yourself in harm's way, as much as we appreciate the effort, because it is valid and notable, and it was very brave of you to do such a thing in the world we live in now. It's just, it's just not y'all's responsibility. You know, it is our white men's responsibility, and that's why, as white men, we have to come up with better and better ways to be on the offense without the Jays being able to just immediately lock us up for it. We have to come up with clever ways. That's why, like, I don't know if you were on the stream. I know you do visit almost every stream or every stream that you can. But one of the streams a while ago, whether you were on it or not at the moment, I had mentioned this, so I apologize if you were on the stream, but I'll say it for the ones here tonight that perhaps were not there then. Um, let me get up here real quick, back to it. Okay. Um, it's the thing I was going to mention is a story concerning the whole situation of white men's responsibility, and that it's not the white lady's responsibility. But last stream or the stream before that, I had mentioned a situation where a lady had put herself kind of out there, um, and it put her in jeopardy, like, pretty quickly on. And I had suggested that, the ladies not do stuff like that, just so, y'all don't get any kind of problems, more so than you already have from non-whites being in our country. And what I was mentioning, though, was a solution I had come up with to agitate the non-whites while I was in public without directly being able, where I still enjoyed plausible deniability. And what I did was I was chatting with a buddy of mine on the phone while I was walking around the mall. And every time I would walk past a group of non-whites, I would say, "Yeah, my buddy works for ICE. I should call him and tell him to come up here." And as I would say things like that as I walked by them, knowing that they understand exactly what I'm saying, even if they pretend no habla inglés, they all know what you're saying. And so I would say things like that as I walked by groups of the non-whites. And there are other ones we can do for the blacks. Like, one of the ones I like to say when I walk past them is, "Yep, soon they're all going on the barges. Back home they go," and things like that. Now, I didn't say any particular race as I walk by the blacks and say that, but they're going to assume that's what I mean, and that's who I'm talking about. Is either the quote illegals, because I'm a normie, if they would think that, or they might assume that I'm talking about them. And the thing is, I'm on the phone. They don't really know what I'm talking about. So even though it very much sounds like that's exactly what I'm saying, is that we're going to load the non-whites, or at least the blacks, up on barges and send them home, for all they know, I'm talking about crates of equipment that were sent to a job site for us, and the stuff is all made wrong, and so we're going to load it right back up on the barges and send it all back home, and we're getting our refund from it. We're going to buy some somewhere else that are made the way we need. I could deny easily, if I was confronted, any of those things. Now, granted, some people would be like, "Oh, why would you want to deny it? Why wouldn't you just want to own up to it?" But this is trolling. It's not about having a confrontation in public right there on the spot. What's that going to solve? That's just going to get me arrested for being the scary R word, and the black will have a statue made for him. So instead, it's trolling. It's getting in their head where all night they're going to be thinking about that cracker that walked by talking about we going to be loaded up on the barges soon. And he's going to have that going through his mind all night, thinking that. I'm going to live in his head. You know what I mean? And that's the whole idea, is to just be able to come up with clever things to say while you're on the phone with someone. That way you have the plausible deniability of whatever. You could have been talking about whatever. And then you come up with creative ways to say things that could apply to something else, but definitely applies to the blacks. Let's see. Erase the Bagels is here, y'all. God bless you and happy Sabbath to you, friend. And he said, you said Dylan Roof was fake. Was Columbine fake too? What about the Buffalo shooting? The synagogue shooting? Are any of the known shootings real? Well, yes, I'm certain that certain shootings are, quote, real. And I shouldn't say, quote, real. I'm sure that certain shootings are real, but the ones that are highly publicized, the ones that are media sensations, those typically are hoaxes. Like, for example, the Boston Marathon bombing was a staged event. And I want to say we say they're hoaxes because they're a staged event. They're a theatrical performance performed in live in front of people who are not in the know. And those are called crisis events too, with crisis actors. So, the Boston bombing, we proved that was a hoax years ago. Same thing with all the like the Orlando Gay Club hoax. That was a staged event. All the gays involved there all had IMDb pages, which maybe every gay guy has one, but the owner of that club there happened to be the person you had to go through in order to become an actor, a local actor in that town there. Whether it was Orlando, it was Orlando because it was an Orlando Gay Club thing. So there in Orlando, if you wanted to be an actor or actress, you had to go through the owner of that nightclub, not through the nightclub, but he just happened to be the owner of that nightclub, and he was the guy for the, I guess the Actors Guild. Maybe he was like the main guy for SAG or whatever, in that area down there in Florida. So, but that isn't that particular piece of evidence is not what we stood on as though we proved that it was a hoax. There were many examples. You had the cohort wrangler, the chubby guy wearing the American flag and the funny hat walking back and forth helping cast members who had supposedly been shot, walking back and forth in front of the camera over and over again. That's the cohort wrangler. And you can read about a cohort wrangler on crisiscast.com. They look after the cast members during the live event, and that's exactly what that guy was doing. Same thing at Boston Marathon. You had the guy with the cowboy hat, that's the funny hat, and the American flag on as he's walking past the camera, over and over again, supposedly helping people. And so Time Magazine and all these photographers took pictures and video of him helping out all these people. That's the cohort wrangler. So there have been quite a few that were hoaxes. The guy Sean, what was his last name? Sean Highland? Was that the right name? Sean something or other. Some supposed patriotic guy. They showed pictures of him wearing an American flag jacket back in the day. Supposedly he was killed, but his parents, when they were interviewed, they couldn't shed a tear. And then they laugh. Every interview, it never fails during the hoaxes. Anyone interviewed about the supposed mass shooting ends up not being able to shed any tears. That was the whole campaign we ran back in after Handy Sook. And actually, because of Handy Sook and the Boston Marathon bombing, all those, we started putting out the No Tears campaign. And we didn't do it it didn't really kick in on the Boston Marathon as much as it did on the school shootings because the marathon, there were all kinds of people standing around that just believed they saw what they saw, and so they genuinely, if one of them are interviewed, they genuinely could cry, and because it was traumatic to them, they thought it was real. But all the other staged events, like the gay club hoax, the Handy Sook, and others, when you watch interviews the very next day or the same day of the horrific event as it's narrated, when people are interviewed, you won't see anyone crying. And so not only do none of them cry any real tears, you'll see people wiping their eye and sniffling, but there's no tear. They're just wiping a dry eye and making and inhaling air through their nose to make it sound like they're taking a big sniff from crying. But really, they're not crying at all. And so once Handy Sook came out, we started doing the no tears thing within days. That was our big notice that we were pointing out to everyone, is no tears, no tears. And not only was it no tears was one of the phenomena, but also every interviewee would end up laughing, whether it was just one quick little huh, or it would be a little bit more of a chuckle. Every interviewee being interviewed about that supposed horrific event ends up smiling and chuckling one time at least. And, we used to get all the arguments in the comments. Oh, you tinfoil hat, whatever, nutters. You've just never lost a loved one. People deal with grief differently from other people. It's like, no, you fool. You don't not cry when you just had your kid blown away the day before. And now you're being interviewed about your kid being blown away just the day before. And you don't have one tear you can shed, not one. Nonsense. So that means those were completely staged events. Now, like Jesse Lee Peterson says, not all, but most of the shootings are staged events. Now, the lesbian that went into that Christian school, I guess that one's probably not staged, because after all of them would love to do that to a Christian church. So it's very believable that that one could be real. But does that mean it definitely is? Who knows? But I didn't look into that one enough to ever try to pick it apart. Let's see which other ones you mentioned. Columbine. Yeah, I don't remember what our deduction about Columbine was, because it kept changing. We started off thinking it was real, thinking the government was sacrificing kids in a satanic ritual. And there are still baby truthers that believe that to this day. But, the bulk of us were calling it a staged event. Then another mass shooting thing would happen, televised all over. Mega hype. And then another and another, and we started seeing, okay, not all of them match in their behavior. Some of them actually seem like legit reports, and then others not. So Columbine, it's hard to say. I mean, everyone was so split up about Columbine. And that was really our first one. That was the first one. And so we were already in battle with the conservative normie side. And, they were busy trying to defend their ownership of guns, their right to have guns. They were all saying in the internet, oh, this is a lefty. The left is going to use this to try to take our guns. Don't fall for it, y'all, and all that they would say. And we were on their side about that, but that's as far as their side would go. Is, oh, just don't take my guns, whatever. And all the while, the whole reason they were doing such a, extreme stage thing involving children, supposedly, and all this other stuff, it was really to try to ban the Second Amendment. I mean, they were trying to use that to convince white people to agree to disarm ourselves, just like they tricked Australia and tricked the UK and tricked everywhere else into disarming themselves willingly. The Jays always want to get you to do everything willingly. They don't want to have to force you to do things. They want you to do it on your own volition. Now, if they blackmail you first, and that is what causes you to feel like you need to go ahead and do some other degenerate thing on your own volition, well, then, that's on you. But the bottom line is, they didn't actually put a gun to your head and force you at gunpoint, or you were going to be shot to death to do it. They duped you into doing it. And so as long as you willingly agree, then notice the cops have to get you to agree to do their stuff. They ask you, they have to read you Miranda rights and then say, do you still want to answer? Do you still want to continue with answering my questions? And of course, the obvious answer is to say no. But some people continue to answer their questions. But after they've already read you the Miranda rights thing, that's it. They're free and clear to just, whatever info you ever utter out of your mouth after that is going to be used against you, if it can be in any way, in court. So, to circle back all the way Jen Psaki style, I cannot give you a definitive on Columbine because there were so many good arguments on both sides that to this day I haven't ever deduced whether I think one way or the other way is true. Let's see here. The synagogue shooting. That one, yeah, I didn't study enough of it to know for certain, but that one absolutely could be staged 100,000% because it's in their interest for that to be the case. Now they get to play victim, they get to play martyr. Now they get to lobby the government for more protection, which just means less free speech for us. And on and on. But those are the critical ones that they get out of that deal. And let's see what else. Let me scroll on in. Erase the Bagel said, "Why don't you like to use ATMs?" Well, because it's going through many more channels. If I use my card at my bank to pull cash out, then it's staying just on their intranet. You know what I mean? Not the internet, but their intranet. If I'm already at their bank and I'm using the one there, it really doesn't have to go out to the world, to every 7-Eleven ATM and every ATM that exists in the world. It's just yet another location source that isn't. It just happens to be not any of those places. And it moved. Let me scroll this up a little bit. Let's see here. Where did I miss? Oh, yeah. So using it though at my own bank, um, eliminates all that. I'm at the place where I'm getting it from. So in theory, it shouldn't have to go all over God's creation. It should just be able to stay right there on their local intranet. And if you use the ATM at other places, it's going to go through that ATM machine's company, so they get a copy, a log of your card and all its info. Then it goes to, a distribution, like a data distribution thing or a server or whatever. So now that company that owns that server has a log of your card info. Then it's got to do the bank transfer. Well, now all of a sudden, to do that, you got to have the bank number. So now whoever does the transfer, and this is in the digital side of things, however that's facilitated. Well, now that's got your number, your card info and stuff. And it just, and not only that, but when it tries to talk to your bank, it has to confirm by getting your bank account number. So then they got your bank account number in theory, or could. So it's just all around. I avoid them. I know that people use them all the time and don't have trouble with them. Also, you got the skimmers. People are putting skimmers on the ATMs now that look very authentic. I mean, you wouldn't know at all. You would just use it and have no idea that it's a fake and that it's an add-on that's logging your card info. People mistake it because of its shape. They don't recognize that it's a, what you call it? Man, it keeps moving on me. There we go. Get back. All right, but yeah, just to finish up on that, yeah, I just don't like using them. I'd rather just go to my bank and get cash. Plus, it keeps cash alive, And granted, you would be getting cash from ATMs too, but yeah. And not only that, actually, I don't think I get charged an enormous amount. Some people get charged like $3.50 or something, I've heard, for them to pull cash out of an ATM. I think I'm only charged $1.50, but Ashley said to Miss Loyal White Knight, of course they had prior charges. Erase the Bagel said, Google says that there were black pharaohs as well as white pharaohs. Is that a lie? Well, as far as we know, it is, because we have exhumed many pharaohs, and we have never found a black pharaoh anywhere. We've never even found ancient black bodies in Egypt or in Israel anywhere. And we have exhumed already, thousands and thousands of people, of ancient buried people from biblical times and whatnot. We've unearthed and exhumed them completely out where they're ready to be observed and inspected and everything. Thousands of ancient bodies in both places combined. And every single person that's ever been found there has never been found a J. There's no ancient J buried anywhere that we've found in Israel or in Egypt. So, also the largest burial ground in all of Egypt was discovered several years back, and one of the things they mentioned was that all of the blondes are buried in one section, all the redheads are buried in a different section, and all the brunettes were buried in yet another section. So, dadgummit, it moved again. So, yeah, as far as we know right now, there have never been any black pharaohs. No, not that we know of. And another thing about hieroglyphics, just to explain hieroglyphics a little bit to people, there are things about hieroglyphics that are not officially declared, but that are actually true. And even if Egyptologists were to deny it, they know they're full of crap. And one of those is that in hieroglyphics, when you see a figure painted black, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're saying, hey, this figure right here, this character that we're representing, was a black. What it means sometimes is an insult, okay? If and some people know this and some people don't, but it is pretty common knowledge nowadays that when a new ruler would take over, they often hated the ruler before them, and they, by default, would hate that ruler's followers. Same people, it's your people, but think about it like a left versus right paradigm nowadays, where we have half, or I don't want to say half, but we have like 20% or 25% or whatever it is of our population openly hating Donald Trump, right? And so once Donald Trump leaves office, if the left takes over ever again, which they will, I'm sure, when they do, there will be all types of pro-Trump things that will be erased, defaced, manipulated, changed. There will be stories, like good stories about him where he did good things or whatever, that they will change the whole narrative of, or switch one little thing in it to make him look like the bad guy instead of the good guy in the scenario. The hieroglyphics thing is the same way. So when rulers would change, sorry, come on. So when rulers would change, often they hated the ruler before them, and so any of their followers, they would write over the old hieroglyphics with all new hieroglyphics, with all new stories. If the previous ruler was victorious in battle against someone, they have it all displayed in their hieroglyphics or whatever. That new ruler will have his guys, his followers, write all new hieroglyphics over that whole thing and completely change the story to what they declare, or that they just maliciously want to change it to, mischievously, or however you want to call it, want to change it to, knowing it's a lie. Either they truly believe another story happened, or they just flat out want to lie about the former leader, or the one before them, and their followers. Then they will insult them by making them do what was considered the lowly activities of Egypt, and they would paint them black, and that was to insult them. Sometimes it was shown in hieroglyphics to show the different statuses. So if you were white in the picture in hieroglyphics, you were royalty, or at least wealthy, well-to-do, prominent in Egypt. If you were yellow-looking painted, that meant you were a commoner. You were just a typical peasant, didn't have money, but you're not a criminal. The leader who commissioned this painting doesn't hate you because of your political position. You're not a dissident of the leader. You're just a broke peasant. And then the ones painted black were usually, captured enemies, or the followers of the former leader who are now treated like not necessarily treated like political prisoners, because they probably weren't imprisoned, but they are just they're the lowest of society once the new ruler has taken over and decided that those people and their old leader sucked. So there are those several things about hieroglyphics there. Also, white people have always called ourselves black whenever we're filthy. So anytime you see it written about somewhere, it usually means white people who did not bathe, who were in shambles or lived in filth. And we don't say it as much nowadays because we have blacks living around us now. So by default, white people have kind of stopped saying that. But even when I was growing up in the 80s and 90s, if we were outside working on something, got dirt all over our hands, all over our face, we would come inside for dinner. Our mom would say, "Ooh, go wash them black hands off. You got them dirty black hands. Your face is solid black. Go wash that thing off." Well, if blacks read that in the Bible, they'd be like, "Woo! We the people of the Bible." But really they don't understand that our people actually call ourselves black when we're filthy. And we also called ourselves black for other problems if we were, downtrodden or whatever back in the day, if we were conquered. So in the case of hieroglyphics, they, would rewrite the story. They would make the characters black that they either didn't like. Sometimes in hieroglyphics, because remember, the explanations changed over the years, just like how we have words now that don't mean what they used to mean, like gay. Gay used to just mean happy. And now gay means an entirely different thing when you hear someone say it in public about someone else. With that same understanding, hieroglyphics meanings change through the years. So these Egyptologists that think they fully understand hieroglyphics just because we have the Rosetta Stone, that isn't the case at all. Remember, the Rosetta Stone was wrote at one period of time. So whatever definitions meant for words at that time that the Rosetta Stone was written are what are valid for some hieroglyphics, or really I should say only for hieroglyphics drawn in the same era as the Rosetta Stone. And by era, I mean within several generations only, because look at what all has changed in some words just from now back to 1965, right? So you're talking in just 60, 70 years of time, we've had quite a few words that have been changed and started being applied to mean something either opposite or completely different. And, hieroglyphics are no different. Also, sometimes they painted over them so many times that nowadays the Egyptologists, when they go check the places out, they'll find 5 or 6 layers of hieroglyphics that were already pre-drawn on the wall, pre-painted on the wall, whatever, before the one they're looking at. And they can count the different layers sometimes. And a lot of the hieroglyphics have up to like 5 or 6 rewrites over top of them. But the exhumation of pharaohs and all the ancient bodies in Egypt and in Israel, all of the bodies end up testing to be white. When they do DNA testing on any of them, they come up 100% ours. And another thing is, some of the pharaohs still have their hair. So King Tut still has his, shoulder length blonde hair. Um, and so, black pharaohs, we've never found one, and so when you see what appears to be in hieroglyphics a pharaoh who is black, and then you see that he's got a white woman and da da, and you're like, oh yeah, this is definitely a black, because black dude, white female, this is woman, da da da. It's got to be a black. But that would mean that was the enemy, the bad king at the time. And so the story that's being spoke about at the moment with those hieroglyphics that you're looking at is from an era where they had a king just before them that they declared was a bad guy. And so even though it shows him as black, and it shows him as a king, and it shows him as having white women with him at his side, and there are only very few and far between of those, but there are a couple of paintings like that. When you see those, that just means that was an evil king. Doesn't mean it was a black dude. That's just what they drew to indicate, okay, this is the villain character, the villain king. Erase the Bagel says, Google says that there were black pharaohs as well as white pharaohs. Is that a lie? I guess that must be the same question. I thought you just had doubled up on that. No, that is the same question. My bad. Miss Loyal White Knight said, the lady cop also was a supporter of the Confederate flag and told me off record, the less of them, the better. Nice. That's part of the reason she became a cop, to lock people like them up. Yeah, exactly. And that's good for her. And that's exactly what I've mentioned before. I know I said in a stream or two ago that we pay cops to harass non-whites all day. They don't belong here. They don't belong in your white neighborhood, creeping around house to house. So harassing the non-whites is exactly what we pay the cops to do. Nowadays, cops wouldn't agree with that. They'd be like, oh, no, what are you talking about? But based cops back in the day who really understood the situation, they absolutely would have agreed to that, with that, So, it moved again. Let's see here. So, yeah, whenever I get frustrated sometimes whenever I see one of these like civil rights YouTubers, they're almost always defending some criminal blacks, right? And yeah, the cop was rude to them or whatever, but who gives a shit? They're a criminal. They don't, and you'll see the civil rights lawyer going, oh, look, he's trying to entrap him with his questioning, or, oh, look, the non-white doesn't know he has a right to remain silent, and the cop's taking advantage of it. All these different complaints they'll point out, like these like gotcha moments with the cops, like, oh, see here, he's like, he's being rude to the guy, or the guy asked for a supervisor and he didn't call for him. Whatever. The bottom line is they'll be defending these criminals, saying, oh, they have due process, or they're innocent until guilty, or proven guilty, and all this garbage they'll come up with. And the thing is, like, I will get on the comment section and be like, cucked fool. When you see cops being unprofessional to non-whites, be very glad, because that's exactly what we pay them to do. We don't pay them to sit on the side of the road and create a speed trap to bust white people who are trying to get to work to make their money, who are minding their own business. That's what cops have been doing for the last 25 years, 30 years now. But that's not what we pay cops to do. We don't pay cops to harass us, even though that's what they've been doing. We pay them to harass the non-whites who, while you're at work, are rolling around 3 deep in some stolen car, knocking door to door, knocking on doors, trying to find an empty house or a house that only has defenseless girls in it, white girls in it, so they can attack them, get some, some strange, get some money, get some jewelry, maybe get a gun or two out of the house if the safe's open. So, those guys aggravate the crap out of me. The civil rights lawyer dude on YouTube and stuff like that. Those guys are so aggravating because of that crap. It's like criminals do not have due process. Just like Steve Miller said the other day, the only due process that a criminal has is deport. That's it. And in case of the ones who were born here, been living here multiple generations, like the blacks and stuff, deport is still the answer. But if they do a heinous crime, capital punishment is the answer. So let's see what else is going on that she had said. She also said, you're absolutely right, and after that, it made me want to take the flag down. Now it has me scared for my life. Well, and then she said, now that's hilarious, talking about what I was doing in the mall. And she said, I've done that before, talking on the phone in front of non-whites, saying things that can possibly piss them off. I guess we're the villains. Well, basically what it is, we have to be able to troll them back to some degree. We not legally, but I mean, we just need to physically be trolling them in some way. We got to make them feel uncomfortable. We have too many white people who are welcoming to them and friendly to them and, pandering to them. And all the while, that makes them feel completely comfortable. They broke in through your living room window, a.k.a. our border, or flew in because the Jays flew them here. Either way, breaking into your country is no different than if they found an unlocked window in your front living room and crawled in, and now they're inside your living room. And instead of you being like, huh, and pulling out a gun and blam, shooting for first sight, like we should be doing, instead, we have cucked whites going, oh, hey, welcome. If you get you something out of the fridge. Got a couch over there you can crash on I'll get you a job from some white guy. We'll take a job from a white guy. I'll find you a job. That's what the left does, and that's what the right wing does. The fake right wing does. And so when it comes to like the cops, and them complaining about cops being unprofessional to non-whites, I'm like, who gives a shit? Let them be as rude, mean, aggressive. Let them be George Floyd and those assholes. That's literally they're invaders. Invaders don't have rights, and there's nothing civil about non-whites. Civil rights means rights among white people. So that was the whole scam of it back in the day in the 1960s when they pulled the whole civil rights hoax on us and all that crap and got it passed into our law. There was nothing civil about it. They were giving non-white invaders rights when they have no such thing. So now we have to reverse all this madness that's been going on since the damn mid-1960s, And it sucks because so much damage has already been done. We've already lost so many millions of white people. The Jews have already eliminated so many of our people, eliminated so many of our businesses, all the amazing homegrown businesses that white people used to own, they're all gone, and you can't recover them because most of those folks now went belly up so hard that they either have nothing or they were already getting close to retirement age, so they just cashed in from then on and didn't have anything to pass on to their kids to keep the business going because it got wiped out either through the lockdown or through the vaccine mandate or through dirty tax bureaucracy against them or whatever lawfare that was used against them, which really is legal fare, not law. They've wiped out so many of our people now that we have an enormous amount of damage to try to. We can't make up all of it ever for the circumstances I mentioned a minute ago. But in order for us to get anywhere with any of it, we have to do as much reversal as we can. And that's the only way our country will ever be restored, is if we reverse as much of this nonsense as possible. One of them being the hoax of the Civil Rights Act. Non-whites having rights in our country is not civil. That would be invaders' rights. That's what the 1965 Act should have been called, is invader rights, not civil rights. We already had civil rights among all of our white people. So, let's see here. Miss Loyal White Knight said, if being a villain means not wanting non-whites in our country, then a villain I would be. I would much rather be hated for what I am than loved for something I'm not. Good point. And the thing is, we don't even have to consider chat like that to ourselves about if we're the villain, then so be it. We're not the villain, and so there's no reason for us to even entertain it, even in a hypothetical sense there, because it's absurd to even consider us as being hypothetically the villain in the situation. You know what I mean? Now, granted, I understand you're totally meaning it by them calling us the villain. I do understand what you mean. It's just, it's just so absurd that it's not even good for us to hypothetically say that, But I still totally get your example. Willis Productions is here. Hello, God bless, and happy Sabbath to you. And he said, don't underestimate MK Ultra plants involved in large shooting false flags crisis events. Well, here's the thing about that, and I have hashed this out with people long ago, and I still do now and then. Here's the thing about staged events. Staged events cannot have anyone who's not in the know involved directly in the event. They can be doing the staged hoax in front of all kinds of people who are not in the know, but they can't include any of the people who are not in the know into the staged event. And the reason why is because, well, it's for a great example is, let's just think of a stage play. Let's think of, Cats or Romeo and Juliet or any random play being performed on a stage. Now imagine taking someone from the crowd, or 20 or 2 or 3 people from the crowd, and just throwing them on stage. What are they going to do? They're not going to know who to interact with. They're not going to know what to say, when to say something. They're not going to go where to stand. They're not going to know what to do and how to react to other actors involved in the play. They're completely unattached. They're not in the know, so they don't know anything about the staged event. They don't know how to act in the stage event. And so that's why staged events don't have people who are not in the know involved in the actual staged event. They don't bring them into it or anything. They just do the hyper-realistic, I'm quoting here, hyper-realistic events, end quote, in front of people who are not in the know, because that makes those people who are not in the know believe the story by golly, I was standing there, I watched it happen right in front of my own eyes, dude. That's the arguments you'll get when you try to explain to people who were standing there that what they witnessed was a staged event. And they think to themselves, that's impossible. How could they possibly get so many people to agree to the one big same lie and whatever? Meanwhile, they've never been to websites like crisiscast.com, where they brag on their website about being able to provide up to 400 or more actors to a live staged event. And they show up fully rehearsed, it says. I'm quoting again. It says, all fully rehearsed and trained to act as though they are police, paramedics, firemen, city council members, government officials, FBI, CIA, ATF, victims who've been harmed, victims who have not been harmed, bystanders who pretend that they don't know what's going on, other bystanders who pretend who they don't know what's going on, but they take out their phone and film the whole thing from their phone so that it can then be posted online as though it's authentic footage from someone who was not involved in the situation but just happened to be standing there and whipped out their phone and filmed the event. That makes the event seem very authentic and real to the normies, if you will, or whatever. And so they're already, it says right on the website that they are fully trained and fully rehearsed to be all of those things. And so when you have 300 or 400 people all around you in public who are all rehearsed on doing the same event in front of you, you're never going to want to believe that all those people could possibly be, quote, in on it together, end quote, like people use the excuse about NASA not being a hoax. They're like, how could so many people be in on such a thing, and all be lying about it? And there's a better explanation for that. There's a simple and better explanation for that scenario, which is that they are compartmentalized. Some guy who only makes some little electronic doodad and puts it on a supposed satellite every day. That's all he does. That's all he works on. Or he builds the whole satellite from scratch to completion. But it's never going to be roaming around in imaginary space. All he knows is he's built a real thing, you know what I mean? And he works there and gets paid good money. And by golly, why would they pay him all this good money if he was just building stuff that, yeah, it performs on Earth, but it's never going to go anywhere. It's just going to go in the drink when it gets launched off into the water. But he doesn't know that, so he thinks he's building something real, and it is real, and it does have sensors, and it does respond back to their equipment, and all these things, but it's never going to imaginary outer space. But in this case, with the crisis actors, they actually are all in on it together, as the cucks would say, and they're already rehearsed and trained. They know exactly what they're going to do. They've already practiced it somewhere else, and so they already know how to perform their play in front of an unknowing audience. No problem. And so, as far as MK Ultra plants, now they may use them to attack random one-off white people and slaughter them, but as far as en masse, the big mass events are most likely not MK Ultra. And another one there, like the Dylan Roof one. I mean, there was so much stuff about that was laughable. First of all, 150 yards, 223 round going through an ear, it's going to turn it to vapor. It's just going to turn it to smithereens. There's not going to be a little hole pierced through your ear that you just put a bandage on for several days and then you take it off. And what do you know? There's not even a scar there. No. If you shoot any human ear of a person who's alive, you shoot them in the ear the exact same way with a 223 or 556 round, it's going to turn their ear to absolute smithereens. And if it somehow didn't blow the ear to turn the ear to vapor, it would still blow the ear into multiple ripped apart shredded pieces that are all just would just be a bunch of different shreds of flesh hanging all down together from what the spot used to be your ear. And if it did somehow all stay intact, it would swell up greatly, and it would go through all the stages of damage from black to purple to blue to dark red, red, lighter red, and then finally it would heal. And all that time there would be massive swelling. Instead, 3 days later, dude don't even wear the bandage anymore, and his ear looked totally normal, like not a thing had ever happened to it. Not even a scab left over. I mean, it's just ridiculous. It literally was a stupid hoax. They did it so lazy. It was almost like they wanted you to know that they were full of crap. But people bought it anyway. And, all the stuff about him was all made up and everything just a few days or weeks or whatever it was, months before he supposedly went and did the freaking thing and all that, and it's just all BS. It's now, have there been MK Ultra plants who have murdered someone? Sure, but the crisis events and stuff, nah, they just have rehearsed actors, who are anti-white leftists who are gleefully getting paid to pretend to or pull these hoaxes in order to have Whitey's more of Whitey's rights taken away, which is usually what they ultimately were for. They gleefully participate in those crisis actor companies as actors, Miss Little White Knight said, those 4 little color girls were burned in the church. Anything to make us feel guilty. Yeah, and I mean, that's what we've been told, but who knows? It could be BS too. Let's see here. Look who's here. Rooster Cogburn is here, y'all. God bless you, sir, and happy Sabbath to you. And he said, we shouldn't politely ask for our seat back at a track meet at a Texas high school. Exactly. Instead, it's I don't want to say what the kid should have done instead, because he did what's completely normal. He probably just walked up to the nog, tapped him on the shoulder because it was probably loud. They probably had nog music blaring across the whole field. And, so he probably had to tap the dude on the shoulder to get his attention. And when Nog turned around, he was like, hey, you're in the wrong section. Your school's sitting over there. He probably mouthed off real nasty, like, fuck you, white boy, I do what I want. I sit where the fuck I want, or whatever. And then the guy probably was like, but dude, this is our school's area here. It's your school's area is over there. I mean, this is for us to sit in. And then that's all it took. Dude stood up, got in his face, and then 2 seconds later, he's being stabbed. Ashley said, they use some of the same crisis actors too. Correct. There have been numerous J females who've been shown at all the different events. Boston Marathon, Handy Sook, some other one that happened up there too. The female was at 3 of them. And there have been multiple examples of 3 or more events where J-ish females have been found. And then you have, like on Handy Sook, we had that guy known as, his last name was Wheeler. Bill, I think his name was Bill Wheeler. He pretended in some scenes to be an FBI agent, and then he also pretended to be one of the parents of one of the slain kids. And then also, I don't know if y'all remember this, but you probably do, just the next year for the Super Bowl, they brought those exact kids who were supposed to have been killed, not other kids from the Handy Sook school. They brought, and that's what they said all the people watching. But if you looked at the kids on the field that they brought out to sing the song, whatever it was, for halftime show, it was the exact kids they had been showing the pictures of on the news as the ones who had been killed. And they didn't even bring any other Handy Sook kids out there. They only brought the lineup of them that were supposedly killed. I guess they brought maybe a handful of extra ones, but the bulk of the kids on the field were the exact ones that were supposedly killed. And so we all pointed that out way back in the day when that went down. And even other sites were pointing that out too, like Clues Forums and all those others. I don't think that exists anymore, but back then it did, and it was pretty heavy. There was a lot of traffic on that back in the day. Let's see here. Ashley said, how about the dad that said he already forgives the jig that stabbed his son in the heart and said it wasn't about race? Yes, I had already talked about that earlier in the stream tonight. Yeah, it's sickening. It's not Christianity. He's not on some upper level or higher echelon of existence or understanding than anyone else. He's just an idiot. That's it. And there's nothing Christian about that. Erase the Bagels said, are you saying we are destined to kick the Jays out just so they can come back again and again for the whole 6,000-year trial? Why not get rid of them once and for all so all our problems are over? Well, I'm not against that idea. I have already mentioned in other streams that if it was up to me, if I ever get put in charge, they will all be being sent to Easter Island. And that way, just like the Jays do to us all the time, we didn't really do anything to them. We didn't kill them or whatever, just like they say about us when they convince us to kill each other. They say, we didn't kill them, or we didn't cut her tits off. She willingly cut them off herself, or he willingly cut his wiener off himself. We didn't hold a gun to his head and tell him you have to, and we didn't cut his wiener off. Well, using their same theme, we send them to Easter Island and go, we didn't kill them. We just took them to an island and make them fend for themselves. And if they manage to group together and go, shit, we got to build a pier and start fishing, otherwise we're going to starve to death. And then they do, and they make a pier and they start fishing and they survive. Well, I say God bless them at that point. But Easter Island should be their home. And that's where it will be if I ever take over. And I'm going to send all the non-whites with them because, after all, that was who they used against white people all this time. So they're going to live among all the non-whites that they had planned on owning as slaves, 2,800 for each and every Jew alive at the time when they're successful. That's what it says in their plans. So they'll get to live with all their non-white slaves they had planned on having as slaves. And so they'll all be sent to Easter Island, as far as I'm concerned. Every non-whites in our country should all be sent there. And what's funny is there are so many in our country that Easter Island isn't big enough to hold them all. So when we do send them all there, they're literally going to be shoved off the boat, and there's going to be standing room only on the entirety of that island. So everyone's just going to be standing arms to arms, shoulders to shoulders, you know. It's going to be like the club up in there. It's going to be so packed. Ashley said, there was an awful lot of footage of Columbine before cell phones. Wonder who released all that footage. Yeah, and you got to wonder who was there filming it all the whole time. The Jays, the only ones who had cameras back then. Why were all of them there so quickly, so perfectly, at all these different angles that no regular newscast place would have gotten back then, or would have thought to got from a certain angle back then? Columbine was a tough one, and there really never was a definitive consensus among all of the truthing community back then. We stayed, to this day, we are still broken up as far as who believes what, you know. Was it a hoax? Was it not? Erase the Bagels said, I think it would be a great world without the Jays. Well, I obviously can't disagree with that. And You know, that's why when you read in Isaiah 66:23 that we're going to have a new earth and a new heavens, and then you read further in and you find that we will build and another shall not inhabit. That is the phenomenon, the burden that white men have been dealing with for the whole 6,000 years. Is we build somewhere, and then another, meaning strangers, show up, start imposing themselves into the place, and that's the Jews. Then eventually they start flooding our country with non-whites. That's the other strangers, and before you know it, we're moving out to get away from them. But we built what we're moving out from and away from. So we built it, and another ends up inhabiting it. And so in our scriptures, where it reminds us or encourages us that we shall build and another will not inhabit, that's letting you know that the non-whites are not going to be in our world with us. They will be either burned by God for being anti-white, or the non-whites who minded their own business their entire lives from birth to death in their own country where they belong. Those God, I declare, is going to put in a different world that's just for them. So blacks will go to a whole world that's just for them, nothing but blacks. Same thing with Asians, same thing with Indians, you know. So, let's see here. Boom. Rooster Cogburn said, yeah, what kind of cuck father did he have? Absolutely true. I mean, that was pathetic and sickening and expected. Ashley said to Miss Loyal White Knight, I know, he was Fox News saying all of this. Quote, it's not about race, end quote. It's like he stabbed your son in the heart for no reason. Insane. And that's totally true. You got to be insane. Absolutely insane. Mentally effed in the head. To the next day be like, it's okay, dude. It's not about race, even though you totally murdered my kid because you're envious of his race. Let's see here. Where are we at? Okay, Rooster Cogburn said, I mentioned something about money and Jew naming today to a cashier. She said, it's nice to meet you, brother. It felt good. It put me in a good mood. I like that. That's a nice one there. Good to hear that you might have found a based person. Miss Loyal White Knight said, blacks want to take credit for the Bible, too. Those people are delusional. Even found a picture of Jesus with dreadlocks as if he's one of them. Yeah, black Jesus is definitely a thing in their churches. I've been inside numerous black churches. I don't want to say numerous, but multiple. I'll just say that. I've been in multiple black churches, and every one of them had a black Jesus in it. Had a painting of a black Jesus, you know. And what's hilarious, though, is unlike the description you gave, all the black Jesuses I ever see, it's still that famous painting with the long flowing hair, and it's like an angle side view of him, and he's kind of looking up, and it's up close, just his head and his hair and his shoulders. That one that's real famous that everybody's seen a million times, probably even owned one. What they did is they took that picture, and then they just put a black dude's face in it, painted a black dude's face in it. So he still has the long, flowing white people hair. It's pretty funny. Rooster Cogburn said to Miss Loyal White Knight, have you seen where they believe they were here already, that they were the native Indians? And she said, unfortunately, they taught that crap in public school when I was there, and I never believed it. My family taught me the truth. Too many people take credit for our success. That's true. Miss Loyal White Knight also said, They make fun of us by calling us the whole rainbow or rainbow symbol. I don't know. Did you mean something by the symbol? It's probably a word going right over my head or something. Or maybe she just used the rainbow to mean spectrum. They call us the whole spectrum. All right, Miss Little White Knight also said, my mom used to tell us that if we played in the mud to clean those black hands, I would rush to the bathroom and wash them quickly. Exactly. That's literally, I'm pretty far back in the chat. That's literally what white people used to say. And still, some of us still do. You know, when we get real filthy, we'll say, I'm black all over. I need to get a shower. Or my arms are covered in black or whatever. Erase the Bagels said, do you believe in inner Earth civilizations? What do you believe is in Antarctica? What about Area 51, the Bermuda Triangle, and Stonehenge? Well, I have done extensive study on most of those things. Stonehenge is not the Stonehenge that we would expect it to be. Stonehenge existed a little bit further away from where it is now. And some of the stones are fake. We saw pictures when Obama was walking around touring the stones. You can see the backside of a couple of the stones, and they were actually giant wooden boxes with plaster of Paris or whatever material put over them. And you can see plain as day that one of them is not a stone. The one he's walking behind, you can see the wood. You can see that they didn't put the plaster all the way to the ground. It was kind of a lazy job on that one particular one. So you can see the wood. You can see the hollow area inside it with the wood as the frame. Area 51. Nobody can give ultra definitive answers about Area 51. Yes, that's probably where a lot of our high-tech stuff is, but, you know, the government keeps Area 51 known about to all the non-whites, other countries, you know what I mean, that could ever end up being our enemy. And really every country in the world knows about our our highest tech stuff allegedly being in Area 51, right? But the government does that as like a decoy. That's what I think of that. When really they'll keep the most high-tech stuff somewhere else right in our face, just a block away from us. You know what I mean? And even if they don't advertise right in our face with some kind of, you know, mockery or something of an advertising, it could just be a blank building with no signage, no nothing. But it'll be close by you, most often, chances are, I should say, and it would be our highest tech stuff we have. Meanwhile, if the non-whites flew over America and bombed the dog crap out of Area 51 and everything around it, the government wouldn't lose any, you know, serious assets. You know, they would, or not enough to cripple us. You know, they would just lose a few assets there at the rigged thing, and then, you know, that would give them an excuse to create a new law or create a new war or whatever. And so, you know, it's in their best interest to not actually keep our highest tech stuff in Area 51 because they've already created so much fanfare about it and about that it's a place that carries or contains our most high-tech stuff, you know. It would be stupid of us to announce to the entire world where our facility is or what facility of ours houses our most expensive and most advanced and most lethal equipment. It would just be stupid. So, so my position on Area 51, I would say they purposely keep nothing there. You know, they have a few things on display. You can probably take a tour of a museum, um, but that's about the extent of it. Antarctica, the giant ring of ice that holds our oceans in. I don't know what you exactly mean about Antarctica, but I'm assuming what you probably mean is, am I on the boat that creatures live there of some sort, or I should say, creatures of some sort live there, or uh, it's Antarctica's a really tough one, but I'm assuming you know that you mean the typical things that people would ask. Um, it's hard to say about Antarctica, because it's just it's such a different scenario than the rest of our country. Um, let's see here, and then the other one was Bermuda Triangle. Bermuda Triangle is basically a made up thing. And then they started folklore about boats and planes disappearing in it. And they did all of that to spook locals from, boating out to, way out where they got a better view as it goes by. Um, like whenever rockets are launched, is what I mean. So, in other words, you and I can't get in a boat. And well, not that we couldn't, but you and I wouldn't want to get in a boat and go drive out into the Bermuda Triangle and be doing some fishing. Uh, First of all, the law won't let us be within a certain amount of distance, so you wouldn't be allowed to. But if you went right up to that and then cast your bait and then sat there and started fishing, um, your your chances you could perhaps be in line of sight to watch the rockets that get launched by quote NASA and whatever. You might accidentally end up witnessing them diving into the ocean, and so uh, the Bermuda Triangle was basically a scarecrow, if you will. They created some lore behind it where some ship that was fairly modern at the time, um, it like fell or something, and then it caused some kind of crazy problem. Um, But the Bermuda Triangle is basically just to spook us into not being there so that when NASA wants to launch stuff that people believe is going to space, if as long as they have people spooked into staying away from Bermuda Triangle, there would never be anyone far enough off the coast to confirm, like, oh shit, dude, that thing just landed, just 5 miles away or whatever. Um, that's what banning us from being in the Bermuda Triangle. First they said no, then they banned it, and they're back to saying no. So it's hard to say. Let's see what the other one was here. And okay, yeah, covered all those. And Rooster Cogburn said, I love going to the grocery store and seeing nothing but brown people. Dang it, I moved it too far. Over here. It's so awesome. Erase the Bagels said, isn't it impossible that primitive human beings built the pyramids? Yeah, if you were to go by the evolution lie of millions of years and all that crap, they would be far too primitive to be able to build pyramids. So it's absolutely true. And plus, all the artifacts we find dump on their idea of anything being primitive. I mean, we could think of them as primitive as far as its actual age is primitive, but let's see here. But still, there's just no way. I mean, they've never built anything. So, Miss Loyal White Knight said, my comment was deleted about the Birmingham bombing. Typical of YouTube. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. I'm sure I have a few watching the chat, but I have no censorship on the chat at all. So whoever's doing it, it's not me. Let's see. And you didn't say it was me either. You blamed YouTube. So I mean, you already know what's up. Let's see. Rooster Cogburn said, the genie boom lift that was raised in the air for whatever reason got hit with a bullet and sprayed hydraulic fluid, and the forks lowered was part of the movie script at the Trump rally ear thingy. Erase the Bagels said, sounds like you don't want line up all the J's and boom boom then. Erase the Bagels said, sounds like you don't want to line up all the J's and boom them. Don't you think they deserve it? Yes, I do. But, anything we ever do to them, if we were to ever do anything to them, they would use it against us in the future if they did manage to escape the island and get help elsewhere and whatever and get themselves back to white country and eventually cry, piss, and moan their way back into our government. They would use that against us. You know what I mean? Let's see. That we slaughtered them and all this stuff. They would use all that against us. So instead, I would just I just want to put them on Easter Island and let them fend for themselves. And I hope they like fish, because that's like that's what's gonna be on the menu every day. Fish with a side of fish and fish to wash it down with. Erase the Bagel said also, that's what they want to do to us. I agree, 100,000%. Erase the Bagels said, what about the guy that flew to Antarctica and said he saw more land with forests? Yeah, that was Admiral Byrd. I don't know. I don't know how accurate his is, but Antarctica is a very inhospitable place. I know that. Let's see. So I wouldn't try to go all the way like he did from where he started. Let's see here. All right, and that is all the chat. All Good stuff. All right, I have officially caught up with the chat. Amen. That's surprising. And yeah, so God bless you all. I'm glad that some of you were free to come and visit tonight. I don't really have a whole lot else to cover tonight. I went through a bunch of those stories, rattled off some memes. I don't know how far along I've gotten on the slideshow. I want to presume that it's been going all this time, or that it's made it through by now, because it was about 500 pictures, so surely that's made its loop by now. And I have millions more quotes that I can build another comment, folder and run on another beginning of a stream. So I will do that. And in the meantime, y'all just enjoy the heck out of your Sabbath evening and your Sabbath day tomorrow. Trying to think if there's any update otherwise. I guess there isn't. So yeah, just press forward, press on forward, y'all. The more people we convince, and not the more non-whites we convince or mongrels we convince, the more white people we convince, eventually we get enough of them alarmed, enough of them awakened, then maybe we can get something going. But until then, it's going to be a little rocky for a while. So y'all just power through, do the best you can to get through and to maintain being called great in heaven. And I will, I'm now that I have these toys set up, I'm going to play around a little more and a little more until I get them, dialed in the way I think they really ought to be. And what's going on here? Oh no, it's not. Never mind. I just hadn't clicked it. So yeah, hopefully you folks have gotten a lot of screenshots that you might have wanted from these quotes going by and comments going by. And I have millions more I can put on. These are just, ones that I had managed to dig out of the screenshots and build into a folder. So I'll probably do another one of these on another day, but this one was just to get to know the gear, feel it out, see how it's going to interact with the software, and see if I could even stream it all with, with all this gear versus my phone. And it seems like it has done all right, so we will keep using this gear, and that'll allow me to start doing visuals for you folks. I will have other totally different kinds of visuals next time. There won't even be any reading involved in next time's visuals. So I just didn't have time, like I said earlier in the stream. I ran out of time today to get everything done I needed done, but also get a list of what I wanted to talk about made, and a there was something else I needed too, but I didn't get any of that done. Oh, I needed I needed a monitor, a live real-time monitor for here, pre-broadcast, and I also needed to make a new music playlist for the intro. But instead, I had to run last week's because I just ran out of time. So next time, the stream will be, about the same quality-wise as far as audio and everything. I think all that sounds okay. I'm going to find out afterward. But it'll be completely different things to look at. And then other times I will go ahead and do a part 2 with these quotes and a part 3 perhaps. I have so many. But other times it'll just be other things, still pertaining to our situation, but some other thing. Let's see what we're looking at here. 3:39, not too bad. That's not too bad. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and shut it down, but no pun intended. But I will try to get another one going sometime during this week, perhaps midweek or something. I'll be able to do one. And I'm grateful for all of you who stopped by and said hello. Let me get back over to the chat. And yeah, thank you all for visiting tonight. And I hope all of you have a wonderful, glorious Sabbath day tomorrow. I don't know when the next stream is going to be yet. I'll just have to figure that out in the next several days. And then I will post it in advance if I can, just like I was able to post this in advance to give you all a heads up. And it's just sometimes I don't know if I'm going to be able to stream until 9 something o'clock. And then I'm like, oh, I guess I can. And by then it's already too late to try to get all your ducks in a row. So this time I got way more of my ducks in a row, even though it's all new gear to use on the stuff. And so by next time, I'll have it sorted pretty well. So I hope y'all enjoyed the slideshow. And I will be back as soon as I can do another one. 3 days, 4 days, next weekend, whatever it'll be, I'll be back. And we will go through different slides and still be able to chat about the same discussion, but at least look at different slides. And I look forward to doing it again already. So God bless you all again, and I will see you all very soon on another one. In the meantime, enjoy your Sabbath tomorrow. Don't forget to send happy Sabbath to someone you know who you care about who is not keeping Sabbath yet. Just tell them happy Sabbath in a text message, or, if they, that's usually the best one. Just, whatever you got to do to introduce that. And let's see what else. That's pretty much it. I think I'm totally out of what all I wanted to deal with tonight. So I'm going to go ahead and get me some rest so I can enjoy my Sabbath day tomorrow as well. And yeah, I'll hit you up on another one. All right. God bless you all. I love you all very much. Don't forget to say your Sabbath prayers. I'm not telling you what to do. That's your friendly reminder. Be sure to do your Sabbath prayers. And don't forget, like I've mentioned before, itemize your prayers to him. Don't just thank him. Thank him for your health. Thank him for the time frame he placed you in of the 6,000-year trial. Thank him for the comfort he gives you through his Holy Ghost. Thank you for the protection he gives you through his Holy Ghost. Thank you for the salvation that you're going to have to live in eternity, thanks to his Son and his bravery and his willpower to survive all the lashings and the stabbing in the gut and the cross of thorns. The crown of thorns and all these horrific things. Suffocation, humiliation. And so make sure you thank him for his sacrifice on the cross for our sins. Make sure that you thank our Holy Father for blessing your parents. I'm trying to think of what other ones. You don't want to skip anything. You want to itemize all the things you're grateful for, so that people will. I almost said so that people will take you seriously, but it still is that way, though. It is that still. But yeah, it's an uphill battle, and it's men's responsibility. Of course, we need our ladies to be strong and at our side and supportive. But when it comes time to get up out of the corner and go into the ring, or meet in the middle of the ring and start swinging again, it is the men's responsibility. So try to stay safe out there. Try to, not attract any additional non-white attention to yourselves when you're out in public, ladies. And Sabbath prayers, mention that. Do that. What else? No, there was something else. I know there was. It'll come to me in just a moment. I guess it's not gonna. All right. Well, y'all have a wonderful night's rest. Have a great day tomorrow. I will stream with y'all as soon as I can again. And I hope y'all enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. I always enjoy it. And I hope y'all learn something from what I posted tonight. So whether it be from me rambling or from the screenshots. Take care. I will see y'all on another one.